Hey pals, welcome, welcome. As the title says, I'm locked in today. So we're not going to see much, not too much chatter on stream. There will be some time later when, if I get through all of this, one of my tasks is going to be to send this to the alpha link. There is a live link you can go to alpha test parts of the game. So I might set up that alpha sort of maybe 3 or 4 hours from now, if I'm lucky. And at that point, we might open up chat a bit more because I might let you play test it to help me find more bugs or whatever. I'm not sure exactly if we're going to get to that point. I hope we do. But until then, I'm just going to be locked in. I'm just going to be working away. I got this list to get through first. This was a bug list that I generated basically while playtesting the demo yesterday. And then I've got some other to-dos I've got to get around to. I'm not really going to bother with the schedule. I'm just going to burn through the list. All right. Thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you all being here. Sorry I can't be more communicative today, but yeah, I really appreciate you being here. I wouldn't be live if I didn't. All right, we locked in. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get this here, and this here, and this here. I've been using Windows key and then the number keys to get through my apps a bit faster. So I can switch now, Windows key 1, 2, 3. And you can do that by arranging them on your taskbar, arranging the apps. I find it really cool to, well, I find that I've been needing to be a bit more efficient recently. All right, so the next one was, we've got this scene here and the dog shows up in multiple scenarios. So this dog cannot be here. I see. This is like a condition flag. I'm going to swap this with a different feature called, I think I call it a quest toggle. Not that one. Toggle condition toggle. There you go. I've built this system that lets me do basically Boolean logic without code in the game. So I create conditions and I populate those conditions with just stuff that I want, that I'm checking, whether it's quest progress or inventory or whatever, and then I can disable or enable the game object based on what the condition is. So here, the condition would be if, well, I've got them here, so there's chase, there's feed, and then there's commotion, let's look at the logic as it is right now. So if you haven't got chased Fuji and you've started the commotion flag, turn it off. Well, let's think about it. The puppy should be out here only before you've started the quest flag, before you started the quest. There's a sequence here that gives you a canine commotion. That's the start of the quest. So the dog should be in the scene until you get that flag. So if that flag is false, it can be in the scene. Or if the flag is true, and what's the logic? If the flag is true and we have not got this, or if we have done this, hang on a second, let me flip this around. This, or what's the logic here? He chases us if we have fed him. But in fact, it really should be, he's only really out here if we haven't done canine commotion or we have finished the end of the other quest. That's really all it is. So not this, or we've finished, it's like day 2 basically. One sec, pals, getting a phone call. Okay, so yeah, it's really either one of those two things. Either that's true or that's false. You can only check this one on load. And these are the only reasons the game object should be active in the scene. Which means we can get rid of this check here where we're disabling the game object in other circumstances. And we can also get rid of the flags that we don't reference. It's really only going to check feed Fuji, so the other two can go. Good. The fewer things that do jobs, the better. When you've got something that does something, that should be the only thing that does that one thing. So, again, this should turn set active game object dot, not the condition behavior, the condition toggle. Set active the evaluation. Cool. So Wait. We got 2 of these. Where is this? It's chasing me, but the sprite's disabled. Okay, nothing there does any of that, which means that's fine, that's fine. It should be here and it should be sitting. Nope. What is the logic on this that's changing that? That's so annoying, man. I don't know what happened, but Unity used to have a system that would let you... I mean, like, it's supposed to have a system that resets these things back to their serialized value when you're not inspecting a timeline, but it just seems to just reset all the time. So, like, I inspect the timeline, it changes everything. I uninspect the timeline and it just stays there. Maybe it's this specific cutscene. Am I doing something with like root motion or... I don't know what it is. Also, we could just do this as the NPC rather than this dog sprite. Let's do that. That's probably better. I'm gonna have to ruin it again though. Hang on a second. There's something you can do here. I think it's Shift Enter, Control Enter. There's something you can do to edit the text. Doesn't know. There is a keybind. There's something you can do. It's not double click. It's not click. It's not control click. It's not shift click. I've done it before. I know I've done it before. They're only giving you remove property. Alt click? Not alt click. Alt shift, control alt. Edit missing property in animation timeline. Repoint. Click twice on the name of the missing object. Click once and then click again. It's single click twice. Nope. It used to be. I don't know what's happened. I know I've done it before. F2. No. I don't know where that's gone. Maybe it's because it's locked or something. First click on the object. First click on the object, but I'd have to record, wouldn't I? To not lose it. Nope. I've done it before. I don't know why it's not working now. It might be like an animation mode that we're in or something that might have changed it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I just need to change the retro animator to 1. So I can literally just do that. I can just set playing to true when I record it. Just go, is playing true? Although I don't know why that wasn't there. I'm deleting it. Something's gone wrong here, man. Oh, no, there's an active, but... That'll do. Doesn't really matter. Oh, what's this? Oh no. Oh no, I hate markers. I don't need that. In fact, I don't really need any of this anymore. The position and scale I can keep, but the rest of it I can kind of just get rid of. I've rewritten. There are other ways to do what I need to do since I wrote this cutscene. Okay, not quite. That'll do. Oh, not great. That's better. That'll do. We could fade it maybe as well. That'll do. So, if that's the case, then this can be wherever I want it to be, and it shouldn't get updated by anything bad. And then this can just be, I guess, disabled. So there's only one in the scene, it's just you, and you're wagging your tail. I go in here. And then it should be gone here. Nice. Cool. We leave, it should be still gone here. Yep. Come back in here. Still gone, good. Still gone, still gone. Blah, 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 skip, skip, skip. Still gone, cool. So now if I do day 2, it appears again, nice. Yeah, that's the only way it should come back. Good. That's solved. This, I am going to have to come back to that. This is interesting. I can do that. Let's make sure that nobody else has done that just in the meantime. I don't think anybody has, so it's all good. Cool. I might just push that. So there was one other thing I wanted to test, which is, does the dog behave the way I want it to once we're in day 2? Should be chasing me around, basically. Yeah. Oh, hello? Hello? Oh yeah. Bit slow, but that's okay. It likes me. That's it. Nice. So this is for cutscene 2. We have this sound of us falling, but I want to play that same sound when the dog goes down as well. Right there. And I think that's all we really need to do with that. We don't need to do anything else. we can test it. I need to go to the point where we need to do everything except that. And my tools have gotten so good. Nah, that wasn't too bad. That was pretty good. We could go a little earlier, I think. Yeah. Good. Fix that. That's crossed off. Parry tutorial at Slingshot Martin. Yeah. Okay. So this is, where's an example of a tutorial that I want? It's like this one. But it's going to be here. I might even do the thing that I did before. I quite liked that little tree thing. So what I used to do was I had a tree here and I put a drop here of an apple a couple of them. And the idea was that you could... Oh, they fell. Hang on a second. But I also want to be able to target the fruit, but you can't target them. Okay, you used to be able to. So what did I change about the way that it used to work? Was it a special one, or... Suspended item. Okay. Oh, it's got a life component on it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's why you can target it. So... see if it works. Oh yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we needed this. The prompt is actually in the watchtower in the tutorial. So I don't need the face part anymore. I don't need that. It's just hold and tap that. It's going to be hold, attack, and tap. This will be left. Now, this doesn't have a thing around it. So I need to wrap it in one of these so it's doing the same thing. So it's when you're standing like here. Put that there, take that away. Yeah. But it needs to be like further off. Maybe like, I need to update this so that the geometry is a bit better. There we go. It's a bit hard because you're going to be reading. Maybe this guy shouldn't be here at all. Just creates unnecessary. Problems. I think we need like a target lesson. For now, this is good enough. So I'll cross that off. Forge menu placement. Okay. Alrighty. Let's do this quickly. I got through a lot of these quite quickly. I'm halfway through already. Hey, how did I start in game dev? My background is in user experience design, and I learned code at university, but I was doing animation before that. There you go. That's the answer to your question. So, forge menu placement. I know what this is. This is when we are standing at one of these. Actually, hang on. Let me just see if I can fix this. use that. The old bridge stuff that can go. Wow, classic. Yeah, the rest of this is fine as decoration, so I'll leave that as it is. All right, and then forge menu placement. So back to here, bring Armin over here. The problem is when we walk up to one of these and we interact with this, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's the problem. Thanks, Tom. So looking at this, I suppose the zone camera needs to be further over because we've got our menu which sits at a fixed position relative to the thing. So that's the canvas, and it expects the camera to be, well, even there it's wrong. The game's called Insignia. So I guess the options are move the forge over relative to the center of the screen, or I don't know, do something else. Where is the, oh, the anvil is here. Wait, the anvil is where? Oh, it's totally invisible. Okay. Well, rather than do that, why don't we make that this anvil? How did we get this anvil? Foreground. I mean, I can always just do that. Or better yet, update it in the level, in the, this guy. I think it's a separate file, actually. Oh no, it's here. Probably better to just move it. And then we can take the menu and move it over. In fact, the menu could probably sit it doesn't. It should be 0, 0. Or I guess not. Okay, fine, whatever. Still doesn't solve our real problem, which is to make this centered on that. And that will put the menu in the right spot on screen, hopefully. Yeah, that's okay. Obviously that item's not the right size, but that hammer shouldn't be there. What is this? This sprite though. Light foreground. But that's light foreground and that's just foreground. How did I get the names mixed up? I guess I'll just have to get rid of the hammer, as much as I like it. And if I'm smart, I should just be able to move it. Like 16 pixels. Do that, and then it'll move over. Put that back at 0. Thank you. This is from yesterday, yeah. So let's make sure this can never be wrong. We'll go to other places and try it there as well. I'll try to come in from across as far as I can. Well, looks pretty good to me. Yep. I need this again later. Let's go. It should die with him. It's not amazing, but that'll have to do. Thanks, Nate Anderthal. The grass. I think that's probably better, yeah. Maybe I need another condition. Yeah. So this is like technically functional. It would be nice if I swapped this right here, this swing down prompt. Right now the fader fades in and out depending on whether you're standing inside of the zone, but I could make it two things. I could make it if the enemy is enabled and you're standing inside, then I can show the prompt. What that would require is a condition behavior instead of this proximity fader just has a collider. I don't know how many of these there are in the game right now though. So it should be like condition fader, just like the exact same thing, the exact same script, but instead it takes a condition instead of a proximity thing. And then there's a new condition which should be like is active. That would be the other condition. So I need a new condition type. Let's go make that now. New like operand. Now, it would be cool if it was a script. Let's just call it target game object and just work from there. So we need a new thing here. Just want to make sure this is right. Does this make sense? We're checking to see if a game object is active. Is that fair? Is that right? I think that's right. That's going to determine whether or not we do something else somewhere else. I think so. We could also just check the quest flag, but that's not going to make a difference here because I want this to turn off when the game object turns off. The object turns on with the quest flag, but the quest flag doesn't turn off when the game object turns off, so seems reasonable to me. Let's keep going. Okay, that's really all that needs to do. And then there's an operand draw, which needs for us to be able to see it in the inspector. That might actually just be all we need to do there. We just show the field of the property that it is. Game object. No, it's target. Like that. I think that's it. Would you want those to be an enum? They are an enum. Oh, do you mean the strings here? Well, this is an enum. I don't know what the suggestion otherwise would be. So like the idea here is we go like make a new empty game object called condition. We have a condition behavior. We add a new expression and the operand is game object. And then we just say like if this is active, that's it. That's the check. Although I'm a little concerned about, like with flag, we check if it's on load only. We probably want to do that here as well. I'm not sure why we wouldn't check that on all of these things, actually. Why wouldn't a condition on load be something that we want to do for all of the possible conditions? Like if I check quest flags on load or items, I guess trigger on load is not really relevant. Game object? Let's keep it like this for now, and we'll see about that. Yeah, that's a lot of code. You mean this? You don't know how many scripts there are. Try 1300 in my assets folder. Yeah, that's that I've written for this project. Not lines of code, scripts. Each around 100 or so lines. Maybe more, some of them. Yeah, I actually was kind of surprised there. I'll be honest. But that's going to reduce, not reduce, it's going to slow down a lot more at this point. So the whole point here is that I can make a condition and then describe all the logic for what should enable or disable this thing based on the condition. So it's kind of like visual scripting, just in the inspector. So what I need is a where was it? We've got this thing here, and right now this has a proximity fader. Really, this needs to be, I think the fader needs to be a type of operable, and fade on and off needs to be attached to the trigger condition. So basically, this is the problem with the game, is that there are a lot of scripts that do very specific things. If we're talking about just script count, this thing is like, I've got a script called a fader, and then I've got a script called proximity fader. And proximity fader is a fader that fades on and off when you're inside of a collider. But like instead, it should just be faders can have a condition, and whatever that condition is turns them on or off. Then you just need a condition script and a fader script, and you never have to make different kinds of faders for different kinds of conditions. That's the engineering architecture difference between compositional design and like inheritance-based design. And I started the game making very inheritance-centric principles, like design choices. Now I don't really do that. It's more compositional. So that's kind of where we're at. Now, let's look at proximity fader and see what it does exactly. Yeah, The thing is, having 15 scripts is fine. Like at the end of the day, if you've got 15 scripts worth of stuff that it does, then at least you can see it. If you want to do something that requires that much complexity, like what else are you gonna do? So yeah, I actually am gonna have to re-duplicate this script and call this yeah, it's not even really right. It's not even really what inheritance is supposed to be. I'll take that. It was just bad engineering, to be honest. Yeah, it never had a state machine before. Isometric pixel art, although I'm not quite sure what to use for sprite size and canvas size. Definitely screenshot games that are closest to what you want to make and work from there. That's the best way to know, because someone else has already solved this problem. If it's as simple as canvas size and character size, go check out other games and grab the way that they do it. That'll have to do. Not very pretty, but that's the way that it's written. So actually, all of this stuff doesn't even need to be here anymore. Like this whole thing doesn't even need to do any of this stuff. Doesn't need to check if it contains almond, because I've got a thing called player detector. Doesn't need to check that. Doesn't need to do this. Doesn't need to check contains. Like all of this stuff is stuff that other scripts can handle. So actually it just needs to handle fading and what state it's in. Even this, collider, get out of here. Yeah, that's really what this should be doing. A fader should fade. A player detector should detect the player. That's the level of granularity that I go down for this kind of stuff nowadays. In the past, no. Everything was a big script, and I copied a lot of code, copy, paste, because it was like solving the same problems. But it violates don't repeat yourself. And I abide by that principle these days. So So we have a condition behavior, and then we have an operable prompt, operable fader, and then we have a operator, a condition, I think it's called condition state manager, which needs to get changed completely, but you know, whatever. Set visible is called, I'm just going to use enable and disable as the states and start with disabled. And then we've got operations here. So we've got a condition behavior. And enable and disable conditions. Let's create an empty game object to hold these. Remove it from here. And then we've got enable and disable the thing. Now these conditions just need to be opposite of each other, which is a bit awkward, but that's life. So basically we've got we don't even really need the proximity fader. We just need to do a trigger, which is going to be a collider somewhere, which we can just put on this. It's fine. So, I mean, literally remove this. This is the collider. Let's put the collider here. Let's bring this up. We've got a canvas group, which I don't know if this is going to search for the canvas group or what is it doing. Canvas group. Oh, it's getting component in children. Okay, whatever. Well, if it's going to do that, it needs to, the canvas group needs to be on a parent of the thing. Does this have a canvas on it? It does. That's a bit weird. Is there another group, or is this even using the group? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna let it overdo it. Hey, Troll Debug, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. That's all good. So, it's the conditions that I care about. So we've got a trigger, if we are triggered and the dandelion in question, which is this one, is active in the scene. So let's just enable condition. If this and that, then we can set that to be true. And otherwise, we want to, oh, hang on a second. Well, if either of them is false, that's off. There should be, I should have a condition behavior thing that toggles two states depending on if it's true or false. That would be the smart way to do it if it's fully Boolean like this. But for now, it'll be okay to just write this as the inverse. So if these are both true, it's on. If either of them is false, it's off. And that's the condition there. It's operable. That should work. And this is the other thing. Look at that. On. I kill it. It fades very nicely off. I didn't have to do anything there. It just determined that it should turn to false, and it turned to false. On, off, because one of the conditions isn't being met, as in we're not inside of the box. The other condition now isn't being met because it's dead, which means it can turn it off. That's... I often get asked about unit testing in my game. Like, hey, do you do it? And I'm like, no, it's too difficult for game design. But like, with this kind of code, you definitely can unit test. If things only do one thing, then you can validate that they're doing the thing. And if you can validate that they're doing the thing, it's much easier to trust, you know, that they're doing it. That's great. That's exactly what it needed to do. It's a little bit complicated, sure. There's a little bit of extra stuff going on here, but so the condition behavior can just get removed. We've just got the fader and the conditions. Got the collider. This could have been on the other game object, no big deal. But these are the conditions that we're checking. Enable, disable. And I mean, and we can, the good thing is we can have different kinds of conditions that still work with this fader, and it's not going to break it. We don't need to rebuild another one just because we want something slightly different. Like, oh, instead of this game object being active or inactive, we can turn on we can check if a quest flag is true. Hey, CC. Welcome. Thanks for the follow again. I appreciate you. Cool. So that's great. And in fact, I probably would love to do another one of these back up here. I want to use this one now again. Because this is the same, it's really the same logic. It should only appear if this guy is alive. So let's go back up to objects. Because otherwise, that prompt would have appeared even if we killed the enemy. It's just going to stay there forever. And if the player, you know, runs away and comes back or whatever, they're going to be like, whoa, why do I have to attack this thing if there's nothing there? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Whereas this, you know, it's a bit smarter. So now, again, the disable condition and the enable condition, all we need to do is pass in this dandelion, which is, where is he? Hang on. That one. We just have to pass that into the condition. Done. So on, or not. Oh, it's gone. Cool. Maybe that just took a little while. What did I do then? Maybe I... Ah, no. I pasted something incorrectly. The disabled prompt disables if either of them is false. I don't know how that got wrong. Maybe I copied and pasted something. Awesome. I could even do enemy alive, and that would make it a little bit more appropriate, like a bit better bound to the enemy fading, but that's a bit too much, I think. So did this flip? No. I don't know how these became true when I copied and pasted. Anyway, happy with that outcome. And in fact, that should probably be there for all of the prompts that can be solved. Like this prompt probably should also exist and disappear here. If this enemy is dead, you can't parry anything else. But actually, I'll just say and tap blah to parry projectiles. It's probably fine. It probably just needs to be there anyway. I won't get too picky with it. That'll do. I really hate how the chasm background scales all the way up, but I can't change it. Like this, if I bring it closer, it won't go up quite as high. If I go all the way over here, we probably won't see it up here. Maybe I just have to deal with that. Maybe that's just how it is. But then when I try to start descending through here, it'll be, oh, no, that looks good to me, actually. All right, well, keep that. Making enemies climb to get you. Oh, that, maybe. It's pretty hard. Depends on how difficult your terrain is to navigate and whether or not you've written your code to let enemies do what the player can do and how good their pathfinding is. There's different layers to it. It could even be a scripted thing. You could hand animate them climbing up the thing and then just reposition them where they need to go. Another thing you can do, which I'm considering doing, is having enemies. They do this in Elden Ring and Dark Souls. No, Elden Ring specifically, because there's a jump in that game. When an enemy evaluates that they can reach you, so there's like a check that happens. An enemy, like, let's say enemy's here, you're here. The enemy will say, can I get to here? If it's not too high and not too far, I'll just go into an animation where I do a jump and I'll just end up here. It's like, they just kind of go boing and just end up where they need to go. And it kind of ignores physics, I think, on the way through. They just kind of like do the jump. They determine where they need to end up and then like lerp to it. And that saves them from having to determine like, how should I jump? Or like accidentally missing. Instead, they go, that's my platform I'm going to end up at. Boing, end up on the platform. And it means they can jump a little bit higher than they should be able to sometimes. Like it looks a little awkward, but it means they always end up where they need to go because it's determined, you know, like it's deterministic, basically, how they get there. They're not simulating a player running forward and pressing the jump button. I mean, we could do it now and I could show you how it works, but I'm not going to do it. These enemies don't have jump animations, so I couldn't show you. But I'm actually planning on integrating it into Insignia because it is something that my game lacks. Like enemies, right now, in all of my level design, you'll notice, especially in certain areas like this, for example, this hedgehog, I don't want it to fall off the edge. So I always barricade them in with walls, even if they're 1 foot walls. I always try to barricade the enemies in a little bit. Some of these are okay, like these guys are okay. You could probably lead him off the edge. But if it's like an enemy with a power that I need the player to be able to get at a specific spot, if you hit them in the air, would they still end up where they... It depends on the player, the behavior state system. In Dark Souls' case, I think what happens is they retain their velocity. Well, in Insignia's case, the way that I would do it is they would retain their velocity, and that would get added to the knockback velocity. So in Dark Souls, I think they just go into like a fall state if you hit them midair. I'm not sure. I imagine, like in Elden Ring, sorry, I imagine they would just take the hit. If the hit would knock them down, they go into like a knockdown state, which immediately resolves to a fall state. So they'd probably get hit and go, whoa, and then hit the ground when they hit the ground and just resume behaving normally from there. So it's not exempt from the player state behavior. It's just like, I call them slave states. So in Insignia, I mean, this is how I do it. I'm not saying they do it this way in Elden Ring, but in Insignia, when I do this, right now, Armin is he's on a preset path determined by this pulley system. And the pulley system is just putting him where he needs to go. He can still get attacked from here, but until the pulley system lets him go, he's just like doing what it tells him to do. And then at the end, you get the control back when it's done. So the jump is something like that. It's like a canned animation, basically, where your input's getting ignored for a little bit and the state is managing what's happening with you. It doesn't mean you can't exit out of the state. It just means that for the purpose of getting you from A to B, the state's in control. Yeah, you can't run off those platforms once you engage the platform. And in fact, I think you are invincible while you're on it. I mean, how often do people know, like, it's not how often do people know, how common is it in Souls games for players to abuse invulnerability states because of things like interacting with doors? Happens all the time. I do it. You go through a fog door when an enemy's just about to hack at you and you're invincible because you're in what I would call, again, a slave state where you're not in control and the game's like, we need the player to do the walk through the door animation now, and we don't want them to die because it's going to muck up stuff if they die mid walking through the door, so let's just make them invincible for a bit. The player's not walking through the door. The animation is taking the player through the door and it's synced with the door. So you want like the door to open in the same, beats as the player is pushing it. All of that is like a canned animation that's just playing out. And then it returns control to the player at the end of it. So the jump is a lot like that, I think. Where you're sort of like committing to an animation that's not where the other aspects of the behavior tree aren't kind of taking over just yet. Unless, of course, a player attacks the enemy or something happens. All right, so let's get back into locked in mode. A raised craft didn't trigger. This scared the shit out of me and I don't know what the problem is. I'm gonna have to... I honestly don't know what caused this to fail. Primary and secondary states? Oh, my game is like, my state machine's here. Let me show you what it looks like. Now this is for the player character, so it's a little bit heavy. It's not primary, secondary. It's like primary, secondary, tertiary. It's like a tree of states in my game. I don't have like a linear state. I have like a flat state machine. I've got like just like, you know, parent-child relationship for all of my states. We can keep it a bit simpler. If I pick a different enemy, you can see something that looks reasonable. So, you know, something as simple as the dandelion vine just has its basic stuff that it does. An enemy like this, Martin, has a few more. That's the Martin state machine. So they've got like patrol, and patrol has walk. Search has a different walk, you know. Engage is a state that's got different attacks. It's got an idle, a chase, laugh, stamp, knockdown, you know. It's got different substates. You know, when it's holding a shield, it's got all of these states, and they are secondary states. They're child states of the shield behavior, which is, shield engage, which is part of shield behavior, which is one of the child states of the main setup. So, you know, when we go over to this guy holding the shield, he's got the shield, he does shield things. When we knock the shield off, he falls and he becomes a normal one, and he's got his little knife and he can attack us and whatever. So it's very complicated. Not complicated, very complex. Appropriately complicated. And it's still very modular. So like, you know, it's not like I had to think about how the non-shield state works to define the shield state. Like this guy here, he doesn't have a shield, but he just behaves normally. You know, he's just the guy that he is. The ones with the slingshots are a little bit different because they've got different sprites. They can't resolve to a normal one, so they just have less HP and they just die in one hit. So their state machine's a lot simpler because they don't actually derive from the main branch of the Martin enemies. Anyway, gotta work. Arise craft didn't trigger. I have to get back to that later. It's too complicated for me to do mid. Hedgehog at breach. Oh yeah, that's easy. Okay, no more talking for a bit. But my game, like, I want to be clear, my game is kind of ridiculous in how complicated how complex the states are, because it's really trying to be like a Kingdom Hearts, Elden Ring, action, you know, combat game. And if you're just making your regular pixel art game, you probably don't need even a quarter of that complexity. Like Blasphemous's enemies are really simple. They're not even close to Insignia's. Most of them have like one animation state. It's like trivial how simple they are. And that game is still fun. It's just a different kind of game. It's like, that's a Metroidvania, a classic Metroidvania kind of way of building games. Insignia is not that. So the enemies aren't just obstacles, they're like agents in the scene that have a bit more, again, like agency. But you don't have to even have that philosophy for your game. It's just because of other things that I'm trying to do and how big and complex my game is, because I want this dueling that you can do in it as part of the combat system, like a very specific combat feel that I'm going for. That's the only reason it's like that. Like the idea that like my enemies are basically Smash Brothers enemies. That's the game that I've basically built. Every enemy could be a Smash Brothers fighting game character to an extent in terms of their, not all the way, but like in the sense that they have like fall up, fall down, you know, knock down, get up, that kind of thing. They have different attacks. Like the player character has like, you know, ledge hang, ledge get up, roll. You know, I think I've had like for a while like an air dodge. It's like all these things that I want the player to be able to knock enemies into the air. So enemies need to have an airborne state, you know what I mean? And then they need a falling state. You can wall bounce enemies off the side of platforms. So it's like, well, at least some of those enemies need to have a wall bounce animation with it, you know, getting knocked off the wall. So I do have scales of enemies. Like some of them are quite simple and straightforward. Others are more complex. But I dare say, I don't think Blasphemous ever gets quite that far. Cool. I think I'll just work this back a little bit because I didn't quite like how that felt. And all that stuff that I'm saying, that's not to say that the game's better for it. You know what I mean? I was talking to, I don't know if you know, wait a second, did he, oh no, that needs to be a door. With an affordance. The button prompt at least. Doesn't it? Oh, but the prompt needs to... No. Does a prompt exist on the door? Ah. That's why. Maybe we can fix that. Okay. Better. Yeah. Like in this case, the hedgehogs do hurt you a little bit if you touch them. But not if they're in a hurt state. So like that's not going to hurt you, but that's going to hurt you. But you know, like, do you know, I don't think people appreciate, I mean, then they will not appreciate, if you haven't built a game like this before, the fact that I can do this, run past the enemy, that's incredibly hard to balance around. Like really, really hard. Because if you can do that, it means that, like, for example, in something like a Blasphemous, right? An enemy placed here, an enemy like this, is a hazard, and you have to attack hazards to get past them. If enemies aren't hazards, then you don't have to attack them. In which case, you can just run past all the enemies, And then if you can run past all the enemies, what does that mean for the gameplay? What's stopping you from running past them? What does that turn enemies into if you can just run past all the enemies? So you have to be super duper careful about rules, because if you change something about how they work, it's like, okay, but how are you going to incentivize the player to engage in combat? You know, it's about incentives. What does the game become if you can just run past all the enemies? You have to be really careful about your game design, like the actual, the not just combat, but what would you call it? Not game design, but like the encounter design, the scenario design. And then the progression mechanics, like why do you need special abilities if you can run past enemies? Stuff like that even hurt my game a lot for a long time. I couldn't, there we go. For a long time, I had that problem. In 2022, I was sitting in a hotel room in Melbourne after PAX. I was just at PAX to attend. I wasn't demoing the game or anything. But I'm sitting there in my hotel room, and I had just played a bunch of games on the show floor at PAX. And I'm like, hey guys, oh, that was the other story. I had COVID. I caught COVID at PAX and then couldn't fly home because it was COVID. So you couldn't fly if you were sick. So I booked out the hotel room for like another week, like a different hotel. And I was like, I'm just going to stay here for a week. And I think it was like October 22nd, 2022 or something. I'm sitting there, or October 15th or something. I'm sitting there in the hotel room and I'm like, guys, I don't think my game is fun. And I think I know why. And I sat down on my laptop with chat and I was like, it's not fun for this reason. And I need to think of a way to change it now, or else the game's going to release and players aren't going to enjoy it. I can show you, I think I can show you the page that I designed for that. It was this page. I'm like designing all these different abilities you could get in the game, because I'm like, there needs to be more diversity. How do I make it challenging? How do I stop you from just doing whatever you want in the game? Because you could do so much. I'm like, maybe it's more interactive level objects. You know, maybe it's things that you can only interact with if, like, because they're there. Like maybe you can, like, you know, monkey bar on some things, or, you know, I'm trying to constrain the player, make them interact with the level elements. And then I was like, there's something wrong. This was like one of the big things here, this jump height question of like, I want the enemies to be formidable to the player, but the player can jump over them. It's the same problem as having them hurt the player. If you can't run through them and you can't jump over them, then you need to deal with them. But if you can jump over them, then they become trivial. So I was thinking about the idea of, what if I give you different jump heights depending on whether you're in combat or not? And I was like, this is wrong. Something's terrible about this idea. Like, what determines whether you're in combat or not? Like, that means enemies can make you jump lower if they run up to you and suddenly you're in combat, and then you try to jump away from them and you're like stunted because you're like in combat or whatever. Just a terrible idea. And I was like, something is wrong about this whole idea. And this was the big thought of like, I need to make it so that you can't use your powers unless you fight the enemies. Like, the enemies are the key to doing stuff in the game. It's not that the enemies are in the way, it's that the enemies are the way. That's how I got to the current system. which is completely fixed that problem, by the way. Like, I want to get over here. The only way I get over here is if I kill this hedgehog. So now it's like, oh, okay, I have an incentive. Now I can use that power and I can get across here. You know, that's like, or even like up this, I can't jump over this guy. Even if I can, like, I mean, technically I can't now because it's in the way as well, but if I wanted to climb up this, I needed to kill the enemy to get that power to go up it. Same thing with this key. I couldn't get to the key if I didn't kill the enemy. Hello. You're making sure I eat. So, like, Insignia's whole main mechanic didn't exist before October 2022, which was like 4 or 5 years into development. What happens on death? You reset the scene. If you leave a scene, you lose the powers. So that's how I create puzzles. Thank you. The only way I can create levels in this game is if you walk into every level with a clean slate. That's how you do puzzle design. So when you unlock abilities, you unlock the right to steal them from enemies. Yeah, right now, actually, it's a good question, Odd Crickets. I am experimenting, and I might even do it this weekend. I'm experimenting with fast travel and save points. That's a big thing I haven't really thought about because we haven't really had enough of a game since we redesigned it, or I redesigned it. There hasn't been enough content to determine how punishing that kind of stuff should be. Right now, I am leaning, as of literally last night, I'm pretty much committing. Certain things like aren't clear unless you can playtest your game fully. Hey, Isonote, thanks for the sub. And one thing that's become super clear to me is that I will never, it doesn't matter how good the side quests are, I will never incentivize the player to run. If they've done a whole bunch of stuff and that's the end of the chapter, I will never incentivize them from here to run all the way back home to turn in a quest. They will never do that. I would never do that. I'm just not going to. I don't care how cool I think the reward might be to the quest. I'm not going to do it because it's too far away. It's just running back. It's going to be a huge drag. Therefore, I need fast travel. If I can fast travel, okay, now I've got points that I can think, oh, now that I'm here, I can go quickly turn in that quest and come back here. But the fast travel points have to be far enough apart that they don't become, it's not too easy to just flip between them. It has to be like just enough game between the checkpoints that there's challenge. And then that has a knock-on effect to how good healing items should be, how frequent they should be. Should it be really hard to get healing items? You know? So like the risk reward of like going out and exploring in the game needs to be separated from the process of doing quests, because the turning in the quests, you should always feel excited about that. You should always feel like, yes, I did the thing. Now I'm just going to go back and turn that in, and then I'm going to come back and move forward without there being tension in that thought process. You should always feel good to turn in quests, right? But then you get things like in Elden Ring, right? The difference between Elden Ring and Dark Souls is how frequent the checkpoints are, how easily you can teleport between them, and the difference in tension that creates. Very different. If you can just teleport out of a dungeon anytime you want to anywhere in the world, then being in the dungeon is not a big deal. So I might have like a system where you get blocked from teleporting periodically, or depending on if you're inside of a dungeon. It does have mini bosses here. Yeah, you definitely won't be able to fast travel at any time. You'll only be able to fast travel at like bonfires, which in my game have become forges. Which is nice because they have fires. So that actually doesn't exist yet. That feature doesn't exist, but it's about to. Like, I had my head on the pillow last night going, yeah, I have to add it. I tried fixing it. I tried fixing it by making the world more vertical so that the networking was a bit tighter and the distance between A and B was a bit shorter. Like, if getting from here through to there is only like 2 scenes instead of 3 scenes because of this one is no longer in the way. Yeah, it's shorter, but it's still, it doesn't matter. You have to, I've learned in game design, you have to treat the player like they have the most limited attention span. Limited patience, limited attention span. And you need to constantly prove to them that what they're doing is valuable and exciting. And they can look forward to what's coming around the corner. If they can't look forward, then they start getting bored and confused. And in some genres, you don't have to hold their hand. Like in games that are very exploration heavy, you don't have to hold their hand because there's always a promise of something around the corner. But some people don't like that, and especially if you have a story, you'd lose that luxury. If you have a plot, the player expects plot points to happen. Because the plot tells you what to expect. Which is the exact reason. Did anybody watch Severance last night? What's the difference between, or Game of Thrones? What's the difference between Severance episode 8 and Severance episode 7? The difference is anticipation, plot, stakes. Because we couldn't anticipate what was happening in the last episode we just watched, there's no dramatic tension. It feels like our time's being wasted because we have other questions that are more important that aren't being answered. So this episode feels not like a real episode. It's like, this isn't where the content is because the plot told me about other things I should be worried about. That's narrative design. It's the same in any entertainment medium that's linear, like with time. If you tell the player to get excited, or the viewer to get excited about something, and then you spend a lot of time not doing that, they're going to be like, what the hell? When am I going to get the thing that I was told to get excited about? And everything becomes about answering that question. The enemy idea. Make an enemy where you jump over them, they grab your foot. That's kind of a cool idea. Maybe I could do that. How do you estimate the playtime? I mean, you playtest it. That's how you do it. You playtest it. Yeah, I think like particularly with the last episode of Severance, especially the twist sometimes you create tension, like having the player or the viewer wait and ask the question, when is this going to happen? It's not a bad thing. In fact, you need that. But if you're going to take them on a detour, they have to be grateful at the end of the detour. And this last episode left me, at least, thinking, did this really need to be told to me? When I got this twist at the end of this episode, did that help inform how I feel about the things that I do know? If it didn't add anything to the story that answered questions or changed questions that I had, then it just feels like tacked on. I'll just explain very quickly. We just got a chapter that was like a side plot of a character that exists in the story, but it's not that related to what's happened in the previous episode. So I'm not going to explain what happens in the episode. It's just not, it's not main stuff. That's all. All right. Pals, you're ruining my focus. I'm not locked in right now. Let me lock in. How do you do the side quests? How do you do with those with side quests? You play test the side quest. Literally play the game to determine how long it is. All right, I'm focusing. Shh. I really got to focus because I'm going to GDC next week. And if you want to be able to play test this before I go, you need to let me get through it. At least this stuff. Almond sword battle area. Yeah. Me answering questions is literally going to stop me from letting you play the demo. Okay. Now, the problem here is I don't think this cutscene has a... Yeah. Bit of a shame. Let's just try to get it here. And then I'll have him put the sword away. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, I need to put another animation here of him doing idle 2. Now this sheath animation, something's a bit off with it. Or we kind of went, what happened there? We got Harriet 1. And then immediately we're supposed to be idling. But I feel like we didn't it just didn't seem right. Maybe clear? I don't think that's going to be right, what I want, but no. Maybe we do like, how many frames we got here? 6. We just do some of the frames. Then just finish. Yeah, that's better. Cool, that'll do. And then what's happened here? Not present in the dictionary. Do you not have a... Ah. No, you do. How did that happen? I have a sound effect artist who helps me with the sound design. All right. I'm just going to put that there. Alrighty. Yep. This needs to be... Oh, it doesn't have an animator on it? What the heck? Weird. That's crazy. It's got its own timeline. What the heck? Yeah, that's old code. Maybe I should just replace this. And also, what's going on here? Berta? Dialog pin? Why does she have 2 prompts? Get rid of this one. All right. Maybe I just fix this cutscene. I'll put it, you know what? Lowest. Wrong portrait on sequence start. Oh, this is a bug that I do need to fix, and I don't know why it happens. One way we might fix it is by resetting the target's portrait on the start of a cutscene. So basically, you could do this thing where you could like I spoke to Berta, yeah. I'll show you what happened. We did this. She's the last person who spoke, yeah? So now we leave the scene. We go here. We go all the way up to the top. We turn in the quest. And then... See? That's wrong. It's the wrong side. It's the wrong everything. And it's that it hasn't like prepped this portrait for this frame. It's fine after that, but the first one's wrong. So I guess we should probably check that. Let's just see. Ooh, now that's really not good, because actually it did set up the portrait. Which means we've failed at doing something else. We failed at setting up the correct portrait. Let's try again. Thanks, crickets. So, bada, bada, bada. I mean, I could just bring the book with me to the next scene and not have to do any of this stuff, but we're getting pretty good at zipping around. Yeah, what the hell, man? Setting up portrait, Armin dialogue, true, and we get Berta instead. It's gotta be because she was the last person we spoke to. That feels like the only reasonable explanation. And that we never reset a new portrait. And it could be that it looks like what's happening is that the command to change the portrait is happening after the command to draw the portrait. So the next line will be Armin. But for whatever reason, that first time it's not. So we can test that theory. Let's go make this a bit faster because I'm going to be doing this a little bit more. So without talking to anybody. Huh. Oh, I need the... There's a sequence in this scene that makes the cutscene play. This. All right. So let's talk to Harriet for a bit. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, very good. She talks too much. Okay. Yeah, we got some quests. Oh, look, we found it. That was quick. Okay. Now, was the last person Harriet? I'm not sure. One sec, pals. Be right back. Sorry, pals. I muted myself. All good. So what I was trying to say was you want to be able to replicate it first. So I can just try to clear it, but there's something wrong here as well because it's also on the wrong side. There's lots of things going wrong. So it actually feels to me like the sequencing is off of what information gets sent. And I actually said the order of the next steps is very important. I think I changed it recently, so it's really my fault. Maybe I should have been more careful. I think it's important because the box determines its size based on this. Man. The text box determines everything about what it should be doing size-wise, including whether or not it's got a portrait. So if I put this after, it might cause a problem here. I need to look at the blame for this. I need to look at the Git timeline to know what happened. We're looking at... Can I search the file tree? Assets. Well, I know where it is. It's dialogue engine, which is in asset script stories, sequences, dialogues. Assets, scripts, story, sequences and dialogue. And it's dialogue engine .play. So I need to see the timeline of this. And it's this play. It's right here. The character name is here, and then set position, and then set up portrait. Set position, set name. I did screw all this up. Wait a second. I think the order is the same. I want to see the history of it. So on the 5th of March, that was 3 or 4 days ago, I screwed this up. Let's go back to like 2024 or something. Because it's been the same for a while. Let's go to the play. Can I not like restore? Well, this was the last time I think it was decent before I changed it. So that's the last commit. So let's have a look. This became set position and set up portrait. And it was that I would set the position and then check to see if it was a dialogue event. And then I would say, if it has the portrait, character name comes last after portrait. Yeah, I mean, that's still how it is. Character name, set up portrait. So it's technically still in the right order, I think. I don't know if I read that correctly, but it's something to do with this. Set up portrait does this now. We could sort of just like cheat this a little bit. Let me just see if something works. I'm just gonna try something. What if I just double pump it? I just force it twice. Not as a solution, just as a what happens. Oh, okay, still wrong. That's good to know. So it's not actually necessarily an order of operations thing. I'm just going to turn the air off. We'll be right back. What's really weird to me is that we actually have the right dialogue character. So getting the picture from this should be really easy. It could be that we're getting the wrong... Oh, hang on a second. This is deprecated. But I'm still using it. That's a problem. That's one bad smell. Wow. How could it be? How could it be so bad? Actually, hang on a second. No. We never got here. We never got here. I don't think we ever played that. I think it's not. I think I got it. I think I got it. It's an order of operations issue. I was right. Yeah. We never got to this point where we could actually set a new portrait because these conditions didn't play out. So no portrait here, no portrait there, not ready. That's why we didn't see it. Next time we're ready. But for whatever reason, when we tried to set the portrait here, we never got it. So either the dialogue state is not ready, or it's stopped, or we're waiting for the sequence to catch up. That's very interesting. I feel like I'm not sure why we're waiting for it. If I'm telling it to play the picture, like just do what I tell you to do kind of thing. Why am I checking for this? It may be an older check and it doesn't check out. I mean, it still works here. Boom. First try. Okay. Well, assuming that we don't ever get an error here, I mean, we should just play through the game a little bit, because that's quite a... To remove a check like that feels like it's probably not just something that's wasted. But it looks fine to me, so... It might have been like way, way older, that code. Yeah, I mean, looks great. Yeah, no problems at all. In fact, I want to try something. There might be something that this fixed that's even better, because there was another bug that I was waiting for to fix. No. Okay, that's still the same. All right. Well, at least this one I'm just going to count as solved. So, next. Oh, that's another one that's a bit tough. I'll get to it. It's really important, but I want to get through the easy stuff first. Okay. Where's credits? I don't know what that is. This is the thanks for playing. This is no longer true. This is so bad. So much is wrong with this. But it's not really that important right now. Maybe I'll get back to it. I'll just have it as like a fix. It's like kind of semi-urgent. Look at all the work we did. Still needs a credit scene ending, so... There's no sequence that plays. should have like an event callback for when the canvas scroller finishes. You want to hear coding stuff? Like you want to hear keys tapping? That track's a little loud. It gets a bit quieter otherwise. That should be pretty quiet for you though. You should be like almost not able to hear that music if I'm talking. But maybe you've got the volume up because I don't talk very loudly. All right, let's see if this works. Okay. Make the floor a little higher. Fix this Australian government thing. I didn't catch when that happened. Oh, it happened straight away. Okay. Less than? That might just never be true. Damn it. Because it's using bottom to determine the alpha. So it could be, oh, it could be the position of bottom goes up to 0 from, yeah, 3. Yeah. Travel is going to go up, but bottom is going to end up at 0. So if bottom is greater than 0, then we're finished. Cool. Okay. 640 by 360 is what I use. In Unity, that's a scale of 1.8. That's double your current one. If it's too small, yeah, you can double it. Cool. So, I mean, right now we could just do. No, it means the demo is almost finished. Cool. Probably should hide the HUD in this scene. That's better. Hey, Bounty. Thanks for the raid. Okay, and then I want to flip this. I'll do it the easy way. Boom. Cool. It's getting there. Yeah, pretty close now. If I move this, does that ruin anything? I just want to make sure that the spacing... Oh, I don't need to do that because I've got this. They're way too big. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I see. I do have plans to make it playable. I'm not sure exactly how we'll do it. Not just yet anyway. I'm still figuring it out. It might be like a Kickstarter situation. In fact, these should be swapped for sure. Screen Australia was much bigger in their contributions. Cool. Well, for now, that's as good as I need it to be. Okay. Place Eric at cave mouth. Yep, can do that. That's no big deal. So we need to go to R instead. We need to go to Eric. And it's really just, this is as simple as copying him and pasting. Oh. Pasting him here. If this requires him to have met Eric. If you've met him, he'll show up here later. So, nothing. Maybe we're not in the test. Okay. There he is. All right. I always do that. That's better. And then what if we just, yeah, there we go. That'll do. Now I should probably hide him deeper in the cave rather than just putting him there, but the spider is not in the game at present. That'll need a bit more time before I can put it back in. So this character, oh, I could put him in here. I could put him in there. Boom, gone. Oh, I don't have a sword. Now, there's something wrong. I don't think I like this implication of like, this guy has the kid up there. I don't think I like that. But maybe he could be here. It's just that, oh, you wouldn't, well, I could remove Eric from the town altogether. That way you never have to, you can't get the quest until after day 1. And then I could make it so that he shows up only if you're on day 2. That's kind of cool. I feel like it reuses the level a bit. So if we haven't done this, he's just not there. If we have, he's there. And you just got to get out to get out. You should be able to do all of this without using any combat. Yep. Nice. That's good. It's good. A Risecraft didn't trigger. Okay, so we're at the hard ones again. All right, can we all just take a moment of silence for all of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bugs that I just squashed. Hang on. May they never return to us. All right. So, still got 5 more things that are not so easy. These now, I think, can just go here and live with the others. And we could probably just have a little bit of a critical think about how we want to fix them. I think this one's the biggest one because it's game breaking. This is nothing. These two are actual game breaking. So let's fix them first. Although first, we have to commit this. Cool. Thanks, Dre D. All right. Okay. Oh. My neck is not very grateful for all this work that I'm doing. So, Arise Craft didn't trigger. What? This is a scary one. I do not know what caused this. And I couldn't replicate it in my first, when I was playing it earlier. This may be, oh man, maybe really tough. Because the context in which it didn't work was one where I loaded in like from outside midway through the game. When I tried it in the editor, it didn't fail. So to recreate the conditions, I'm going to try it minimally. I'm going to try to start just from here maybe. And I'm going to set up the conditions of the test progress where we've mostly got the same amount of stuff we would normally have. So like, you've done that quest, you've done that quest, you have not met Harriet yet. You started that. Build a blade. No. No. Okay. And then, like, we've seen the old man. We're on day 2. We've met Wilhelm. We've said goodbye. We haven't entered Cheverton. Nothing to do with the Crucible. And nothing to do with the excavation. All right. Let's go. Good start. Don't know why that doesn't go vulnerable when I hit it up like that. Must be something to do with the hurt frames. Let's just not be lazy. And make sure we annotate it. Yeah, what the hell? Okay. What's this problem? Suspended my... It's not a character. So then there is no... Maybe I just don't use this. Or is it just as a matter of... No. I mean, it doesn't even need to be that. But let's just try it. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, that's stupid. Can you do a Canadian accent? Sure, bud. I'll go ahead and get that one fired up for you. For the next 5 minutes, you got yourself a Kanake. don't be too disappointed if it's not great. Doing my absolute best, yeah. But never been there in my life, so it's not gonna be, you know, great. Not gonna be perfect. But don't you know you gotta do the best with what you got, eh? Figure it out. They're not just gonna give it to you, bud. It's really just say bud a lot, eh? Hit us with some Jordan Peterson. Well, you know, that's not that different. You just take the same thing, eh? And just apply 50% Kermit over the top. You know, that's the essence of the Jordan Peterson accent. And of course, what is the accent? What is an accent? You have to ask the question. What do we mean by accent? Is it just an affectation? Or is it a personality? You don't just do an accent. You have to know the person to turn it into an impression. But what does it mean to know? If you can't think like Jordan, can you speak like him? Oh. It's a doozy. He wouldn't say that, but I liked it. It's in the logos, the chaos. Yeah. It's all about lobsters. Do you know, I think I have like a Canadian accent blindness when it comes to hearing them. I know what they sound like, but if there's a Canadian in a room with an American or like in a room of Americans, I'm not going to be able to go, oh, he's Canadian. It's kind of just like, it kind of just feels like, oh yeah, that's another American accent. I know you guys don't like to hear that, but like, they're so similar that it might as well be Minnesotan or even sometimes like Californian, like Linus from like Linus Tech Tips. It's like, that's, you know, I know it's Canadian, but like if I wasn't thinking very hard about it, I might just think it was from California. You got to go way out to like Shoresy kind of accent, you know, before it's a, you know, it's like you got to go like hockey player before you can really hear something that's different enough. Or like in like the Toronto accent's one. That's like its own thing. That you... I've got a Long Island accent. Long Island. I always get confused between Rhode Island and Long Island. Are they both in/around New York? Rhode Island's more Connecticut, next to Connecticut. And Long Island's like in New York, just outside the city, right? Like, yeah. So they're actually, oh, they're really close to each other. You could like sail from one to the other. Okay, Long Island, sure. So it's basically a Bernie Sanders impression, or something like what's his name? Larry David. This New York hand waving kind of thing. That's what I think of when I hear Long or Rhode Island. Sure, of course. Vermont. Long Island is it's more different to that. Oh, okay. Is it more nasal? Is it more than Annie? Like Long Island? Like that? Not that she's from there. She's from like what, Queens, right? I just think of New York and sort of, it's, you know. Anyway. All right. I gotta fix this bug. It's really important. Long Island. Oh, the hard G. Long Island. All right. Stop. Enough. I gotta get this working. So why do birds suddenly appear? When does this trigger? This discover crucible sequence plays under one condition, and that condition is that we have done the excavation entry cutscene and it's not on load only. That's really annoying because that's actually already what it's doing. That's what we were already checking. Do I have a quest toggle? Aha. Okay. It's if we've responded to music from Leopold. Okay, sure. So I didn't actually have that set in my little, which it's basically saying you have to have done this for that sequence to play there, which is true. You have to have done that. So music. All right, we're in. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And it worked. Damn it. Ah, man, that's going to bother me to no end because I do not know how to make it fail. It failed once, which means it's going to fail again at some point. I just don't know what conditions have to be in place for that to happen that way. And it was the third one. I think it might have been... It's really going to bother me if I can't get it quickly, but I need to be able to make it fail first. So let's see if we can do that. One of the things could be to do with the triggering. Taking these off. All right, let's have a look. Man. Let's do that first. Start, set up detector, set up. Update, trigger, do state. I think trigger needs to be way lower so I can think about it separately basically. Okay. These can be a bit lower. This stuff I hate. I really, really, really don't want to be doing interaction checks on this. Because right now there's a problem where it should only be interactable. It should only show the prompt if you are in a state where it can be interacted with. But anyway, this is pretty straightforward. I believe all this is fine. Unless our player detector somehow fails, like maybe. There's your player detector. We could give all of them the same detector. That might make it more straightforward. So the idea would be to take the two box colliders, like all the box colliders and the player detectors, and make them one game object. It does make it more complicated because actually, no, I don't think I should do that, because if I make it that they all share the one, then they're all going to be added to the interaction stack at the same time, which is not it's not good. Okay, so let's assume that the player detector is working and it's fine and it's enabled. because the Arise Forge is enabled. That seems good then. The problem was that we had gotten through to update this handle quitting the game and coming back. Ooh, that's a tough one. You might be able to soft lock it actually if I don't. All of the quest flags in this scene need to be set to no saves. So scale, crucible introduction. Ooh, hang on. They all have the same awaken flag. Are we checking that? No, we're not even checking it anymore. In which case, take it away, simplify a little. Maybe I can rearrange some of these to be a bit more straightforward. All the lists. All the sprites, receptacle we don't use, forge manager, okay. Ability, the sprites. This should probably go here. Okay, that's a bit better. So again, what could be going wrong? What could make it so that we could be standing there? I really want the input to only appear if we are in... I don't even think we have it. We don't have anything to do with the button prompt, do we? Even though the Crucible Forge is of type interactable, they don't have button prompts or anything to do with them. So the button prompt, God, that's our interest. Interest has a detector. And this just makes the button appear. If we're standing in it. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not really based on anything. And I'd like to make this a bit tighter. You should only be able to press S. Let's go check it out actually. Let's play this sequence back. I mean, even this is busted. Why is that broken? Maybe it's because I don't have... still have to go through the entry to trigger it. No? Ah. Okay. So I shouldn't be able to press a button here. That should do nothing if it's already enabled. That should work. But then it should go red, and then pressing the button again shouldn't do anything. Okay. Again. Works just fine. Hey Drub, thanks for watching. But I still don't like that it's got the S on it. The only time you should be able to interact with them is when the lights are full. That's basically it. So let's go back over to the crucibles and let's figure this out. So right now, they all have an interest. The interest has an interaction prompt. The prompt has a zone. And it's, I guess we can enable and disable the prompt or the entire game object where the interest is based on whether or not we are ready to be interacted with. Let's try that. And in fact, the player detector is right there. The player detector is, oh no, it's here. Wait, so we have the player detector and then when separately we've got, oh no, it's the same thing. Okay. Well, I still feel like the player detector should be on this thing. On the interest. So let's go and do that. That should be there. That should be... I don't understand why you can move some components but not others. I'll never understand that. Like, I'm just going to copy and paste it anyway. Why is that? This has an interactable collider? What is that for? It's a lot of doubly linked connectors. Oh, as an interactable, it has a collider. Which gets used, gosh, I guess a bunch of places. Ugh, terrible. Terrible. So anyway, this now, we should be able to have that interest. Yeah, so it's the game object of the detector. We can turn off. I did receive funding. Yes. Actually, yeah, I did. At the state and federal level, I got funding twice. Last year, 2 grants. So the detector, let's say update, set lights, do state, Okay, so if, I guess that'll happen after. State. Is it ready? No. Set flame fullness. Set crucible fullness. What is it? Set light. Get progress. Like that. Oh, that's a good point. That's quite, well, do you know, during the last 8 months, I needed to update that line. But actually today it's true again. It's unfunded now because we've finished with the funding. So the way that it worked was I was able to hire the team to work on the game. In fact, did I get a message from them recently? I was able to hire the team to work with me for the last 8 months through the funding. The way that the grant funding is designed, grant funding goes, or at least in Australia, the grants that we have are set up in such a way that they say, hey, tell us what you want to achieve with the funding, and we will give you the funds to achieve that. So up to a certain amount of money. So I said, I need this much money to achieve this milestone. Now, at the end of the funding, when you've achieved the milestone, so that up front, they give you 80%. The last 20% is reserved until you submit. When you submit, they say, here's the last of the funding to pay the final bills that you owe your vendors or whoever it is you worked with to get the milestone done. And anything that's left, you need to put into a report how you spent all the funds and what's left, and we'll take what's left. Because the funding was to achieve the goal. You achieve the goal, so any remaining funds come back to us. So one way or another, by the time this demo is finished, I can't have any funds left. It must be unfunded, because either I'll spend all the rest as part of getting this over the line, or I'll give it back to them because I didn't spend all of it. So the project by necessity becomes unfunded after I submit the demo to the grant agencies, or I guess past tense funded, not currently funded. And that's all to say, the point of the demo is to get more funding. So it's basically like you get cut off so that you've achieved the thing that you said you would do. Now you can use that thing to get more funding. That's what it is. That's basically what it is, to push the project closer to release. So I still very much am dependent personally on the Patreon. And for the purposes of why somebody would support the Patreon, it's still unfunded in that regard. That's still the case, yeah. Like in the sense that that funding directly contributes to me working on the game, and without it, I can't work on the game. Yes. In fact, when I applied for the funding, the amount of the funds that I nominated for my own wages or whatever took into account the Patreon funds. So the way that I actually had it set up was that even with the funding, I would spend more of that funding on the contractors than on myself, because I've already got a little bit, you know, through Patreon and stuff. So if I didn't have Patreon, I actually probably would have suffered a little bit in terms of having like access to, you know, a good living standard, or at least the cost of living that I've kind of worked with. Like, because I'm technically paid by my company that I created, which is called Up on Hill. So I'm an employee and the director of Up on Hill, and Up on Hill pays Adam a wage, and some percentage of that was paid by the grant funding. That's how it worked. But the other percentage was paid by the content creation, or just however else Up on Hill does business. So I actually had planned and hoped that we would do that's weird that played out that way. I actually had planned and hoped that that we would have released Scene Graph by now, and that would have generated some revenue for me to pay myself my wages. Unfortunately, we just didn't get there. Like back in November or October, I hoped that we would, but we're probably going to end up refining Scene Graph into April. So if we had released it in like December, the last 2 months I could have been pulling in revenue, and that would have helped a lot. But I did just get some positive news about a new grant to help me get to GDC. So there's about 5K worth that would be covering in terms of my trip that I can get reimbursed back that came out of my pocket. So do you think Australia is making a good investment by providing grants for video games? I mean, of course I would think that. You're asking the wrong guy. But I would say, even if I wasn't me saying it, I think it is, because diversifying Australia's economy is extremely important right now. Australia's economy is basically fossil fuels and minerals. It's like like real estate. Australia is like, it's like a 2-industry country. So having other more stable sources of revenue for the country's GDP it should be a priority of the country, and investing in people and in tech, that is a priority. So yeah. I am. Yeah, it's good to diversify your investments, because if something goes wrong, then at least you've got other areas of the economy. And games is cheap, you know. It's man hours and electricity, you know, and the games bring in so much revenue internationally as well. It's good if you can get a good stable video game industry. Like, look at China, they're killing it right now. Okay, well, I still don't know what this is. I haven't been able to resolve it. This one's another one I need to make sure is still working. I think I did get it to work, but I don't know what I did. Why it was broken in the first place. Long cutscene. Okay, why did that break? Oh, okay. What did I do yesterday? Let's check the VOD. Videos. And then right, I'm getting story. Everything about it. Into this scene. Oh no, that's after. This one? I'll just open up Resolve and do it. You're a one-man army. I still need an army, unfortunately. I was at dinner last night with my wife, and I had a moment sitting there. We were exhausted. She had a really hard day. I had a really hard day. And I had a moment where I am not perfect. I'm not fully confident in myself or in what I'm working on. And sometimes I have moments of like despair. And there was a moment that I felt yesterday at dinner where I thought to myself, should I have not brought a team on to work on this game? Like, should I have stuck it out myself? Somebody recently asked, I was having a conversation with, I don't know if you know Blood and Mead, that game. There's a YouTuber from Sydney as well, Lost Relic Games. His name's John. I met him for a drink the other day, and just to say hi and, you know, share war stories or whatever. And he's a really nice guy. He was great. We'll catch up again soon, I think. And he kind of asked me, and actually I also had a conversation with Thomas Brush like earlier this week, like on Monday. So like I've been talking to other devs, and both of them said something like, but are you really, like, has working with the team really been good? Kind of implying that like maybe it's hard to trust people in a team when you're a solo developer before that point. Like bringing a team on is hard. And I was like, no, like it was good. I really enjoyed working with everybody, and it was great bringing them along for the ride and getting their help, and they gel with the project quite well. So, but still, I play devil's advocate with myself later. So like later on, I was thinking to myself, like, do I, in terms of like working on this project for the project's sake, its budget, its future, should I have kept it smaller? At that point where I decided that I couldn't work on it alone, was the right move to downscale rather than upscale the team to meet the project? was the right move to make the project smaller. I think it still could be. I mean, I probably couldn't. I mean, music and sound effects, I probably still would need to have outside help with. And no matter what scale the project is at, having more hands will make it go faster. But in terms of like, should I have like kitted the project out to make it easier for me to do by myself? Maybe that would have been good, or maybe it's still a good idea to make it small. But what that means is like the production size of everything, the amount of work it takes to make it work. There's sort of two things happening at the same time with Insignia. And whether or not Insignia gets funded and launches well is basically all down to one thing. It's literally one thing. It's how much effort does it take to develop and polish a scene like this? That's it. That's the whole question. If the tools are getting better and the project code base is getting more stable, then this becomes easier for this thing to get made. No matter how many people are working on it, it just gets easier to make. And if you add people, then it gets faster because you have more people working on it. But the inverse thing is, if you have more people on it, then you've also got to control quality, and you have to control the creative drive, the scope creep. Like, if you have more time because you make the scenes faster, are you accidentally adding more complexity to the levels? Like maybe the levels have become more, the tile sets have become more detailed, the enemy states have become more complex, there are more items in the scene. Like when you start adding scope again, that negates the gains that you got. Whereas like I need to be in a place where the scope is low and the gains are high, so that the game becomes faster to make as we make it, rather than stays the same. Now, I think in my moment of despair, I was thinking maybe it hasn't gotten that much faster. Realistically, I think it has. It's gotten so much faster. But there is now the question of like, okay, but now what's the price tag to complete it? Can I make that smaller? Should I aim to be making that smaller? The budget, the required budget. So that I can produce something that's the same with even less, you know? It's hard, really hard to do. I can't know the answer, but it's something that I was thinking about. I don't know where that all came from. Someone said I was a one-man army. All right. So there's a problem here where we were watching at the end of the demo and we got stuck. And then what happened? Let's watch it. Way too much talking. No, cutscene broken. So she just finished talking. It's the longest dialogue in the game. I gotta get rid of that. C# is what I'm coding in. And then this broke. And then I just did what? What did I do to get from there to not there? Did I just close the scene and come back, or? I don't think I fixed it. So all the physics engine is tech. If you don't count the engine. Well, that's no good. It just worked the second time. Oh, the last one. Way too much talking. The interaction began, but maybe I didn't have the right triggers to make it go. No, that can't be right. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I have to make sure I don't screw this up. Something's going wrong here. What's this? Playable director has been destroyed. Unscaled game time. That's weird. Anyway. The cutscene, lower study, Harriet has unlocked Topaz. Oh, I think I know what this might be. And then after Topaz, but that doesn't have one. But it might have been. It might be that we lost the director while we were setting this up. In fact, right now we don't have the director even connected to it. Where is the director? What? Why is there no director? What? Hang on. What? What was I just doing here? How did I even inspect that without a playable director? Did I double click on this and then... Oh, lower study, Harriet. That's got the director. Sure. Okay. So that is that. Yeah. I mean, she's got two things she can say. I don't really know. I don't know. Did you get super stressed? Hey, Siobhan. I think that's Siobhan. Sobin? It's not Siobhan. It's like a different spelling to what I'm used to. Soban? What do you mean? Which aspect do you think would be stressful? Because the answer is yes, but like maybe not to what you mean. So I guess we got to beat Harriet, or just play it from Emperor Dialogue, maybe? This is annoying too. What's going on here? Global lighting controller? Oh, it doesn't have a location. That's what it is. Oh, it's not even added to the build. Okay, well that would also do it. So wait, I click this, it's fine. I click this, it's fine. So I press play. I still don't know what's going on there. It bothers me. Ugh. Stop. I'm pretty certain I know what it is that's causing the problem. I'm got a lot of mental pressure. The mental pressure is intense. Yeah. Yeah, it's really strong. For sure. The mental pressure is like... mostly around return on investment and my own personal lifespan and what that, like the risk, the ongoing risk that if the game fails, that my own sense of security and what I can provide for my family and my opportunities professionally become less prosperous or withered because I spent so much time on one project. That would be the hell thought. But I don't think that's how I need to feel. I don't think it's true necessarily. I think it's more just like fears that grow over time. I think I've established myself pretty firmly as like a common name. Hey, avocado violet, avocado violet. Welcome. I just looked for a second. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, like I've established myself pretty well in the indie scene. People know who I am. They trust me. They recognize the work and they trust the value of the work. I have a lot of opportunities locally in the industry. The game's success is something that I care about, obviously, immensely. I still really care about it. But I think the reality is that the game is becoming more of a sure thing the more I work on it. So if anything, the stress should be going down. It's more just that some of the choices that I'm making, like GDC next week, that's scary because it's like that may create opportunities or take away opportunities for me based on how well I sell the game, for example, how well I can pitch it. The idea that like my ability to say the right things in the right moment in the room with the right people could affect the game's outcome because maybe someone throws me an offer that isn't the right person and I say yes and then I miss out on a better opportunity and then the game's, fate is worse off as a result. Those things I worry about. But development on the game, I mean, to be honest with you, it's becoming easier and I know I'm becoming better at it. And gosh, if I keep getting better, it's going to be a pretty sick game. But yeah, I got stuff to work on, so. Alrighty. Let's watch this back. So it goes where it needs to go. And then I see what it is. I see what the problem is. The problem is, am I going to have a booth at the expo? At GDC? No. No. I'm just going for the game. I'm not selling the game there. I'm pitching it. Updates. It's really mostly a networking thing for me. So, okay, I got this problem where I have a system that creates the text boxes where people talk. And that system works on its own. It by default works on finding where the characters are in the scene and just placing itself on them. Or it looks for a thing called a dialogue pin. as a fallback, well, as not as a fallback, but as another way, and then it places itself on that transform. But it can also have an override where if it's part of a timeline with a cutscene, you can place on the clip that represents that dialogue a position on screen, like bottom. Now, the trouble is, what I've just run into is that if I've got two sequences of dialogue, two little, I call them story steps, two story steps back to back, what this is doing is this is placing this object at the bottom of the screen, like it should. But this thing, when two people are talking, if one person finishes and the next person starts and the next one is top, let's just say, instead of bottom. So now we're going to the top of the screen. This thing down here that tells this where to go is basically going to spam the button. It's going to go, hey, go here. Like right now. And so when you press A on this thing and the feather gets, you press the A button, it dismisses. The dismiss timer, the time where it's fading out before it comes back in. So it's supposed to fade out, teleport, and then come back in at the new location. What's happening is as the timeline is playing, it just forces it to be at that location. So what you're seeing is it teleport, then disappear, and then show the next line of dialogue. That's what's happening. You can see that right now. Ready? So there's the line of dialogue, teleports, fades out, fades back in with the new line. That's bad. We can fix this temporarily by just creating a bit of empty space, but we don't want to do that, obviously. Right, that looks fine because we let it dismiss, but we don't want to do that every time. Soban says, I've been working on an indie game for almost a year now with about one more year to go. At first I embraced the stress and even found joy in it. However, recently I've started feeling physically unwell, not mentally, but physically. The stress has gotten so bad that I've been vomiting. My heart rate is consistently higher than normal, which is starting to cause heart-related issues. I wish you luck. Hey, so it sounds like you do not just have physical stress. It sounds like you do have mental stress that's causing physical responses. I mean, vomiting, that's surely got to do with, like, if you felt comfortable and at ease, unless like your diet's really bad, unless you're only eating like microwave, tater tots or something exclusively because you're not taking care of your body, yeah, like that's going to happen. But I think you have to, and I need to hear this too, because I don't take perfect care of my body, but it's really important to think about this as this is your career, right? You're doing this not just for a little bit of time. You're going to do this long term. The next project and the next one and the next one are also going to be games where you put time and energy into them. So don't treat it like a sprint if it's actually a marathon. Like, be honest about whether or not this is a sustainable way to work. And if it's not, then you can't judge yourself by your sprint speed if you're running a marathon. You need to lower your expectations, live a normal, happy life while working so that you can work longer for many years to come, Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do drink energy drinks, but I'm drinking water right now, so. I only have one energy drink a day, and I don't drink coffee, so that's my coffee. That's my way of rationalizing that. All right, so come back to our work. This basically needs to send information, but not set a position. Let's close everything here so that we can focus. go to dialog clip behavior, position equals set dialog position, that's where we're at, and then set target pin transform or pin location. That's good. So at the very least, we're setting some variable. So floating dialog, set target. So this is what's happening. Now, the only thing is position equals so we're checking to see how often we set position. I imagine update position is happening inside of the update loop on late update. So the answer to this is that we shouldn't be setting position if we are animating. Simple as that. The only problem that I can potentially see about that is on entry. If it was gone completely, then let's call it and animating out. Is that it's animating and opacity transition.target value equals 0. So it's fading towards 0. If it's not doing that, then we can just force it to go where it needs to go, because then we want it to be snapping for the animation in. Hey, first try. 7 years of dev, 8 years of dev. That's what it gets you. Okay, fixes snapping issues for dialogue when placing targets, when positioning dialogue targets with clip behaviors. Fixes snapping issues for dialogue when positioning snapping timing issues for dialogue when positioning dialogue targets with timeline clip behaviors. Push, go. Okay. None of that was, I need to add that so that I can say that I did it. Fix dialogue on Emperor scene. Yay, we did it. Now I can delete it. Yeah, financial insecurities that's a real one for sure. That causes me real, actual, permanent stress damage. Is the financial stress has caused me permanent issues. Like I have like financial stress PTSD basically. And it's changed the way that I think about spending money, buying clothes, you know, like it's like fully infected my mind that like I don't deserve to like have nice things because I can't afford to. And I'm looking forward to one day not having to feel that way or think that way. Even like there are major things that I have sacrificed in my life that I may live to regret later in life. Like I have chronic sleep apnea that I'm treating currently with CPAP, and CPAP is not a final solution for that because I basically need sinus surgery to fix it. And the longer I go without getting that surgery, the like more at risk I am of having like long-term issues of basically the efficacy of the CPAP machine going down and just not getting proper sleep, even through the machine. And you can cause like pretty serious issues to your brain if you deny it oxygen for a long period of time. So like for me, if I was working a full-time job, I would have got that surgery like 4 years ago. 2020, I would have got it 5 years ago. The fact that I'm like, just can't afford it is, I don't know. I mean, I hope it doesn't bite me in the butt, but. And then there's like the shame of like people being like, just get the surgery. And it's like, I can't do what's good for me because I'm poor. But that's none of your, don't worry about that. It's still my choice, right? I'm still choosing to do this. All right, so that's true. Nate Anatol. That's true. So did we get through everything? I mean, there's plenty of stuff I can be doing right now, but maybe I should playtest this as it is and just see how it feels. It would take me an hour to get through, maybe less. I should still be doing it just to see if I can find more bugs. All right, second playthrough. We're still going to kind of rush it. We'll just see what happens. Hang on a second. All right, I'll be back in a second, actually. I've got to take a quick break and then we'll do a quick playthrough. All right. I'm sorry to hear that, Ace. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I hope you and your family are okay. Or in time. All right, let's go. All righty. So, we could fix this a little, but that's okay. I don't actually know if this works. It doesn't do anything. Okay, that's the first bug of the second round of bugs. See you tomorrow for another 5 hours of this. Let's go. All right, we're starting the clock. It's 4:15 on the stream clock. I don't think I have a run prompt. Uh-huh. That's a lie. It's a bit close, that. Oh, that's wrong. Why is he facing facing us? I should make the ball roll when you roll past it or something. Ooh, big problem. The demo lets you just leave. I gotta fix that. It shouldn't do that anymore. I made it so that it lets you leave, but it shouldn't let you leave anymore because now I've got actual gameplay here. Wait, was that dog just there? Oh, I didn't notice. I didn't check. I don't think... Damn it. It'll be in the VOD. Z to jump. Ah, there's the sprint. Yep, good. I'll write it down quickly. God, that's a lot already. It'll only take like 5 minutes to do all of that though. It's no big deal. None of that's game breaking. It's all just, well, that's kind of game breaking. I hate the arms on these guys now. It doesn't work. In fact, can I? Oh, hang on. No, good. Good, good, good. And I can't just leave, can I? What if I just don't want to? No, I'm stuck here. Can't do this. Good. I gotta try to push the boundaries here because I play the game the same way every time, you know? I'll turn the music down a little bit and I'll speak a bit more into the mic. Yeah, I've been very much just like playing it, you know, the way your brain just lets you play it. But I should push the edges a bit. Can I leave? Nope. Although that doesn't look very good. That could be a little higher, that text. Still gotta fix this. Terrible. The fade out on that is just bad. I think I'll keep the leg swinging here, maybe. Or maybe I'll give him wavy hair. Might be nice to have like the next day appear on screen or something like that. It's always like 9:30 in the game, AM or PM. I love being able to see the mountain in the background. That's so cool, man. I'm happy about that. Did I just use 2 pommels in that recipe? I'll have to watch the VOD. Whoops, that's not supposed to happen. It used all of my pommels and all of my blades and stuff. It just... Do I have money now? 65 coins. That should probably just show up here as well as down here. It doesn't really look like anything here. Oh, and the dog's not chasing me. Yeah, there's something wrong with the dog still. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's 2. This is the cutscene dog, and this is the actual dog. Oh, we got the sword now. Yeah, sick. So how much money I got? 85. I have more than 65, but anyway. Wait, that costs nothing? Don't know what that was. I got to do work on this quest. What do I have to do for this quest? Oh, they're not even showing up here. Okay. Well. I got 3 of those. I can do that now. Thank you. So I talk to you. Luca. Can I check what... I can't do anything now because they're still broken, but anyway. Oh, he's not supposed to be here. Whoops. I mustn't have saved it. Also, where's Eric? He was supposed to be in the way there. And I didn't even see him. And there should be coins in this scene. Oh, I can't do any of that now. Whoops. That doesn't actually, that's not true. I have the ring. I don't, it doesn't do that. I have to make it do that. Oh, that's no good. Oh, I can't go through here. Good. Good, good, good. This is feeling much better than yesterday. Just because I'm taking the time to play through it. And the money means something a little bit more now, because I'm buying stuff and... It's good. It's good. I can make Armin say things like, oh, now I've got what I need to get the honey jar. I can make him do that. Do you think I should? If you're doing like a crafting mission? Or is that too overbearing? I did show something on screen in the top left, but do you think I should explicitly have Armin explain? Like, because there's only 3 of these honeycombs in the level anyway. There's literally only 3. So once you've got all 3, there's nothing else to do except forge the thing and go back. I want this magnet ring. I'm not sure what a sister ring does. Magnet ring's 500. I'm gonna get that damn ring. A lot of oronite chunks. Yeah, you should be able to, but you can't right now. Damn it. It just ends. Hey, Lazy Guru. Oh, I didn't do a hit confirm. This is going to be different. We're getting attacked from below. Did you see that? He's shooting at us. Oh, this is fun now. I gotta find the feathers. I did write that down. Too many materials when making the sword. I'll copy all that. That's good. Man, so far so good. This is like kind of a winner right now in terms of just like how it's feeling and everything like that. That's okay. What if I go this way? Oh yeah, I forgot I could do this. I still think these scenes need to be smaller. Like this, dead space. The music is stopping with the game time. Okay. I can go back and get that now. The assist ring from Harriet, from Berta, but I can't get back up. Damn it. Okay. Ivy covering bushes. Okay, bushes covering exit to Z side in bridge, and then the other one was hit stop. Stops SFX. Stops music for feathers. That's no good. Hey, Swiggy. Yeah, doing another playthrough. This one's much better than yesterday's so far. We just had a little issue. It's probably not something that you could deal with. It might be me. But the music for the feathers currently skips a little. It stops with the hit stop when you attack things. Like it kind of goes... It sort of stutters. And is it possible to mix some tracks from Fmod, or do we have to go through, like, for example, if one of Morgan's tracks is a little loud, are we mixing that from inside of the Fmod project, or like the DAW? Money good. I'm actually going to die though, so I should be careful here. We could do more of those. We don't have enough of those dandelions. Cool. I can't leave, right? Yeah, I don't know how we're going to get around that because it's game time, right? Is what it's using to determine whether it should play or skip or stop. And if game time, I do have a different kind of time. So I have a thing, I don't know if this is something you can tap into, but in the game, I have what's called game time. And game time, as opposed to time.time, capital GAME, capital TIME, that operates on whether or not the timescale is exactly 0. Oh, but hit stop makes it 0, I think. A global pause boolean. Do you know what it can be? You can check. There's a game system dot context stack or context layers. Context layers becomes, it's empty if there's no menu open, and it is not empty if there's menus. So maybe we just check to see if there's a menu open or anything that's stopping the player from interacting with the game, and then that's the basis on which we do it. I feel like the fire charge should do more damage. It's a little weak right now. Yeah, it's like game system, and then look for the keyword context. I think it used to be called context stack. It might be context list. Please, please, please work. Please, please, please work. Nice, we got there. Ooh, we're a little behind on the audio there. That's my fault. Cool. Now, I actually know what I'm doing here, but I wonder if the player will be able to just head out. They might do this, actually. They might be like, well, here I go. Ooh, what happens if they do this? That's a bit hard for how close it is to this area. Oops. Gotta make that more generous. Ooh, scramble. I don't have that yet. I am going to do this. This is a 100% run, so I'll do it. You know what? I might need the other one first. Oh no, this is right. No, I need the other one first. It's a good puzzle by Luca. Whew. I'm going to have the demo with me at GDC. I'm not going to be like demoing the game. I don't have like a booth or anything. But I will be there and it'll be with me. Yeah. Oh no! Okay, well, let's just say we did it. Wait, oh, orange. And it doesn't heal you at all? Whoops. I got so much money. You know what I didn't think about? What if the player, like, tries to go home to reset the daytime? The mum's just gonna be like, go to the Athenaeum, and he's like, okay, I'm on my way, and it's like evening already. I guess that's just life. Gimme! Take one of those too, thank you. Ouch. Ouch. The food's actually been pretty good so far. I haven't game overed yet, and I've been using the food that I've been getting. Mmm. Oh yeah, still good. But I can do this now and just go straight up. Just skip the whole sequence. I suppose that's okay. It's a bit weird that I was able to skip all that. But maybe I should force the player to do it. Oh, that was clutch. It saved me. Oh no! That needs to update. Okay. Blockade. And is what's his face still here? Oh no! Where'd he go? He's not there anymore. Oh, Pillow. Okay, well we needed Pillow gone. Did I not get... Maybe I didn't get the flag that I needed from him. These guys need to go. But they should go. Anyway, doesn't matter. I might condense this scene away. It feels a little... There used to be a cutscene here. Maybe I'll still put one in there. That's okay. I'll keep going. There was going to be a boss fight we would have just played as well, so that kind of changes it too. Strats. I did draw this art. I can't get to it. I don't even know what... Well, I want the Ring of Comfort for sure. Get free HP. Well, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. Huh, how did I do that? Oh, weird. Oh, because No! I forgot that I put this here. I'm still going to do this anyway. Doesn't matter. That was just debug. I forgot to turn it off. Nah, but I know I'm going to make this shorter. I'm not going to do this. I know what it is. I'm still working on it. There'll be stuff that helps this make a little bit more sense. Don't worry about this art. I'm going to fix it. The health bar's still gone. I think I removed it in this scene while I was testing it. Oof, clutch Adam. Oof, oh god. That was a lot of damage. We still need to fix that. Yeah, that's right. That we need to fix the Harriet hair in the dialogue. Anyway, lots of dialogue here. We're going to skip ahead. Please, please, please work. No! Okay, we got to figure out why that is. We got errors. Well, okay. Well, that's enough. Okay, that's all something. It's literally the final cutscene doesn't work. Playable asset returned a null playable on instantiate. Oh, but that's Crucible Forge stuff. Like, that's way back. Set ensign fullness. It's a lot of errors. But, I mean, nothing that was game-breaking until just now. It's the first one that doesn't play. And unfortunately, I don't think I can force it to either. Unless I do something like this. So here, I'm in Lower Study Harriet. Oh, I can press play, but it's not going to. Here it says that our index is 0. I mean, it's enabled. It seems like it's ready. What if I quit? Hey, okay. Well, not that we want the player to do that, but at least it works. We don't have any sound effects here or music. I might have to just reuse some other stuff. It's quiet. Whoops. That's an old forge. Cool. Well, that's the demo. I mean, that was very different from the last experience I had because I got to do a bunch of other stuff. But I will say, like, my criticisms still stand. I skipped about 5 minutes of content at the end there, before the end. More like 15, actually, if we weren't going to keep the other stuff going. But that's okay. What happens if I go back in now, though? Ooh. Maybe I should put you back. If you go back in, maybe I should put you back in at home and just let you play it through again. Reset the save. I don't have like a New Game Plus situation. Okay. Wow. Well, that was, I mean, it's 7 p.m. I have exactly the same amount as last time. It was 16, right? 1, 2, plus like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm exactly where I was yesterday. But actually, I think These are all very easy to fix, most of these. So like one of these like fix remap feature on game button screen. This will be something that is an unvalidated task, and it's going to sit in, well, it's not unvalidated, it's just not urgent. Cool. Oh, time, by the way. What did I say it was? 4:15? Was it literally 45 minutes or so? I'm going to stop the recording and start it again. Well, it's too late now. I'll let play out. Okay, so I'm just going to work through these really quickly until I get to the hard ones again. So about almost an hour. Yeah. I guess if you 100% it, if you're not hunting for the feathers, it probably will take you just over an hour. I mean, I still knew what I was doing. Maybe like an hour and a half for chapter 1 right now. If you suck at the game and you die a lot, it might be like 2 to 3 hours. But if you like 100% it, yeah. So let's go get some text updated. So how are you feeling instead of today? Because she says take it easy today straight after that. So I thought I'd just update that. Done. On my way to pick up my journal today. That's not true the first time you say it, because it's now over 2 days. And so Walter, when he asks you that question, it's the day before you're going to go do it. So you can't say that to him. Just say tomorrow, right? Done. Portraits. Yeah, I wanted to take them away because his portraits are really old. So I'm going to take the portraits away from all of his dialogue just because it's a bit awkward to look at the old portrait sizes. Done. This one, straightforward as well. Breadman day 1 is actually facing, he's technically facing the other way. So what I think I'll do is go get a dialogue pin. Maybe on a new game object. Make it -1. That's better. I have to update those too, but we'll look at that later. Okay, next. Breadman. I mean, he's the bread man. He delivers the bread. He actually, Orenstead is a town that has a lot of wheat fields. So they process the wheat and then he delivers the bread across the nation. That's the kind of, it's not really, it's more of a funny thing than a real thing. So this here can't disappear until day 2. That's what's going to ban this. Or, yeah, basically day 2. Okay, that's done. Hugo Puppy text higher. Yep. So in this cutscene, Do we have a dialogue pin? We do. I think that, I mean, we can raise it higher than it is. The dialogue's sitting there above his head. Maybe we just don't. I think we just delete the pin, and it might even make it better that way. No? Ah. I have a flag called Fetch Underground 2. Like Need for Speed Underground 2. I think it's the well. Wait, but that's... Those are the things that he needs, right? Meet old man. That's it. Oh, I might not be in... Yeah. Okay. It's always that. Come on, man. Play for me. It doesn't have anything stopping it from playing. There's a toggle. That's there. This one here just triggers. If you have met old man and it checks on load and it plays on collision. Did I do something wrong? Or am I just in a different... Hang on. I think it loaded the slot from before. Nope. All right, well, I'm stumped. On if you have the well. The well. I've got the well. On trigger enter. What the hell? I mean, literally just now when I tested it, it worked better than this. I don't know what's going wrong. Okay. Oh, there they are. But now they won't actually do it. What the heck? What? I'm so confused. This plays if you have done the well. Yeah? No, this is the one I want. It toggles if you have met the old man. Why is the puppy there, but the sequence isn't playing? This is weird that I can't get any of these to work. Let's try again. I don't know. I don't know what's going wrong. This should play. It should only not play if you've met the old man. And it should check to see if you've done the well. And it should trigger on collision. So here I am. Loading into the level with no old man. Unless this is wrong. Unless I gotta like go back here, apply progress to game, come back through. But it's weird because it should just play. You should just go for it. Like it's a trigger based thing. Did I do something? Okay, well, it seems to work this way. I guess I won't. Maybe this test progress isn't actually applying to what I'm doing and I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, like, guys, come on. But I should be able to test that. No problem. That should not be an issue for me. So I should be able to do this and then... hang on a second. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Assuming that this uses the test progress. Yeah, and then I should be able to walk in. No. But I've met the old man. Oh, okay, something's going wrong here. Something's going wrong. It thinks it's not playing in test progress mode. Like this isn't actually getting applied to the game. Because otherwise if I did, it wouldn't do that. So nothing that I'm doing is actually doing anything for some reason. I think it has to do with the save file. But I don't really know what's going on. If I go like this, delete this, and then just close it and reopen it. Oh, hang on a second. But this should still be inside of a quest toggle or something that says, oh, okay. Yeah, it's banned if you've got it. So if I say old man met and I save and I load in, he shouldn't be there. But that's not what's happening because our test progress isn't working right now. So data file name has to be null or empty to do that. Little bit pi0. So it's not doing this because loading from data file name. What is it loading from? As soon as I compile, it was cache. It was a cache issue. Damn it. That is so annoying. Ugh. Still don't understand why it's not playing though. Because we've met. Wait. Return. Ooh. They're inactive. But they're active. They're supposed to be inactive. I want them gone. Anyway. Yeah, what is happening? Because they shouldn't be there unless it's playing. And what's happening is it's serializing. I don't like that. I think it should have a quest toggle. Or a condition toggle. Where if we haven't met the old man and we have done on load only, I think we can just say if we haven't done this, you can load it if it's true. What? What? That's the opposite of what I expected. I need to rename this. This is really killing me. Puppy Chase 2. That's the first thing we need to do, is change the name of this thing. I was memeing when I made it, but it's no good. Okay. All right. So, Chase 2 only, it toggles on if we've met the old man. This, Return to Hugo, only toggles on if we've met the old man. Is true on load. That's when this can be here. This has a condition required to play where we've met the old man, and that's fine. So, assuming we've met the old man, we should be able to just do it. It's there, so it should be fine. But why won't it play? Because there's no sequence in it? My brain. What am I doing wrong here? There's got to be something wrong. There's got to be something wrong with my flag system. It's not, there's no way it's right. Because I'm certain about the logic. All right, what do we got? We got wake up, say goodbye, meet old man, encounter Wilhelm, meet guard, Ashley, solstice, emerald, rise, gatekeeper, the well, excavation entry. Wait, so we don't have underground. We don't have puppy chase. Okay. Puppy chase 2. But then that should just play on trigger. Also, it should be invisible if on load only. That's false. No, it needs to be true. On load, we need to have beat that and that. Good. But that lets me know that this isn't being applied. Oh. Is hot reload on? What's going on? I don't understand, man. This is correct, I'm assuming. This is like locked and loaded, ready to go. And the trigger on collision just isn't playing. What did I do? It's killing me. This is like not even a thing I'm trying to fix. I'm just... Look. It's there. It's ready to go. I should just be able to drop here, just place the character here, and it just fires the thing. It's got trigger on collision set to true, so like, what the heck? What is stopping it from playing? It just refuses. Are we not interacting with the collider? Is that something? I mean... Oh, the pin? No way. That can't be right. I mean, it's true. It thinks I can play it. What the hell, man? What the hell? I don't understand what I did for the cache to... Why is it inconsistent? What? Wait, also, why is this only logging false? Why isn't it logging all three of these? Something is weird with my computer, man. I don't know what's wrong. Something's weird. What do you mean false? I'm asking you to do like 3 different things. I don't understand why this is going false. Did it not is it not saving? Is it not compiling the scripts? What's going on with Unity right now? That's so weird. The code isn't changing. I added some logs and now it works. And the log isn't even being read correctly. What the hell's even happening? It's got like nothing to do with what I'm reading. This is not even what that says. This false. It's not even doing the debug. It should say is trigger question mark and then like false or true or something. It's not even compiling the code correctly. Yeah. That is the first time I've ever seen that before. I have never seen it. Debug.log doesn't take 2. There's only one argument. It's one big string. No, hot reload was off. Isn't it one big string? Should I put brackets around these things? You shouldn't have to do that. But the string being null is not a thing. There you go. That's what I wanted it to see. I don't know, man. How does that make it any different? Is it, maybe it was this one? This is the only one. Ah, okay. So for some reason, this equals 0 wasn't being processed as the rest of it. It was like, does all of this equal 0? Maybe I just didn't understand how it was going to do that. Okay. Okay, now I understand. But also, this is working now every time, which I don't know. I don't understand why that's happening either. So I'll just shut my mouth and move on, I suppose. So anyway, you come back to this sequence and Hugo's there. Oh, his dialogue's not really in a good spot. without the pin. I think because the scene is it's pulled in so close, it's pushing his dialogue off from where he is, trying to create space for him, and there's just nowhere for it really to go. So instead, I mean, we can do the final thing we can do is go to the timeline, and on each of the Hugo lines, which, man, I really need to fix that. But it's going to break now. I think I need to do it. Basically, this behavior is a property of the dialogue clip. If I select multiple dialogue clips, the behaviors are different, so I don't get to see any of the same property, which means I can't set top, like this pin location. What I'd love to do is grab all of the ones that say Hugo and put them at the bottom or top or whatever. I can't do that. The problem is, if I change this, all the serialized data is going to get lost. So I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll first try to serialize it with the existing positions. But I'd still have to go inspect all the timelines where I'm using fixed positions, which honestly, I don't know which ones I am doing it with. But as I inspect them, I should be able to see it happen. So maybe for now, I'll just try. But then if I play them back, it's not going to work. Very tricky. Whoops, it's literally right there. I need to do that. I can just call it a location. Because it's a serialized property. It's like serializable or whatever. Wait a second. Can I do that? No. No. I don't know. Well, there's a location and it's set to default. If I go to Hugo and I make it top left, okay. But now I can go like, oh, I literally can't even do that. What's the point of that? Common properties? I guess it's not even, for whatever reason, it's screen location being a public thing. Even though it's a property that is common between these two, right? I mean, they're both. Multiple clips selected, only common properties are shown. That's OmniSharp, Ruffy. Well, not much I can do about that. I mean, these are common. Doesn't seem to bother that. It's showing multiple clip timings. The clip timing is a thing that's common, but I guess that's all. Alrighty. So Hugo, top left. We're just going to keep putting him in the top left. Top left. I don't like hard coding it like this, but I mean, it's not hard coding it, but you know what I mean. Still going over his head. I guess we just can't do this here. I guess the cutscene is just in the wrong spot. We can put the camera a little higher up. That's about all we can do, right? It bothers me so much that I can't seem to get this to like behave. Yeah, I mean, they could be, I could put them on the same level. So they're even with each other. That's probably the only thing I could do to fix it really at this point. It's just like a character standing here and a character standing here at that zoom level that doesn't work. Bit of a shame. In which case, the cutscene camera can be more like this, and it's no problem. To no end. Will that ever bother me? True, false, true. Is trigger false, false, true. False, false, true. Trigger on collision is set to false. Interactables.length is also false. What do you mean? Now it's true, false, true. Is it like cycling through different things that it could? No. True, false, true. What is this? What is interactables? Interactables is oh, hang on. Is get component in children interactable? What thing is interactable? It's the end. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I figured it out. That is heinous. Okay. Frick. Get this. I think I got it. These game objects get enabled when you highlight it. Okay? They get enabled because on the timeline there's a thing that enables them. They have interactables on them. The serialized value of what these things have dictates whether or not this thing picks up them as having interactables on them. So I think it's a race condition as to whether or not it disables them or it catches them as being interactable. It shouldn't do that. It should never do that. I think I'm just gonna take that check away anyway from this. I'm struggling to see why I would need it. Because if it's trigger on collision and you collide with it, tough titties, you know? That is a really, that's one of those bugs that's not a nice one. And now, of course, now that I just did that, I don't need to give him the thing at the top left anymore. I can just give him his normal dialogue pin. In fact, I don't even think I need a dialogue pin on it. Still not great. Why is it there? That's what I don't get. Why is the dialogue? Where is Hugo? He's there. His dialogue's like, nah, man, we got to put you all the way over here. I guess because the text would, if it was centered on him, it would take it all the way out there. But still not great. Look, it's like, what is it doing over there? Actually, it might just be that it's called Hugo NPC and not Hugo. Nah, man, that's just bad. That's just wrong. Wait, what? Oh, it was the same issue I was having before. No, I fixed it before. It was, this is not string based. The debug line, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I read what you were saying when you said it. It wasn't going to help at that point. I actually said it myself, I think, on stream. All right. Why is the default position of Hugo's dialogue wrong here? Location. It's all good. Yeah, it literally... Wait a second. Did I just undo? Whoops, I needed this off. Okay. Oh. Again, it's like now it's good. Only after I'm checking for it. It's like Schrodinger's dialogue. Good view count on YouTube now. Hey, yeah, 131 viewers. Welcome. Welcome everybody on YouTube. How you doing? I don't understand why it was literally not working and then now it's fine. Like, that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But before, it was like putting his dialogue box in the weirdest spots. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Totally fine. Weird. I'll just let it go. Like, it works when you log it. It doesn't work when you don't log it. Like, what is that? In any case, the door here loads us in there, which is inside of the cutscene space, I think. So that's fine. That'll play on load. Let's just double check maybe if we can exit the scene. No, I can't get past him. Nothing gets past Hugo. I'm just gonna move on to the next thing, I guess. That was like an hour we almost spent on that. Fade out on lakes. Oh, this is a fun one. I hate this bug. There's something wrong in this scene, and it's inconsistent again, but when we fade out of this scene, something happens. Ah, it didn't happen that time, but it normally happens. It's like exiting out of the scene, it jitters. Damn it, that is so annoying that it works. I guess we have to start one scene back from that. Will this play as nighttime? No. Night is considered what? Oh, yeah. But what's the operator? Oh, it must be on there. Yeah. If we've met the old man and we haven't done day 2. Well, that's where we should be at. But maybe I've got that. Yeah. Test progress. Go. Cool. Okay. So this is the condition. It's the closest thing we've got to testing how this works without it. There it is. Okay. What is it that's doing that? The camera stack has the virtual camera and then the cutscene camera. The cutscene camera gets left off. We fade to black. The virtual camera manager takes over. I got to do that again. Let's watch. Virtual camera takes over. Camera position's a little different, but that's okay. Scene ends. But it's not unless we press play that we get to watch it happen. Okay. I gotta do it in real time. Maybe it's this needs a fade out and not a fade between. But I think that's not going to work. Yeah, that just gets us nowhere. Fades us out. So if we're going to fade out, we have to fade back in. And when we fade back in, we need to transition. Oh, how does this work? Well, no, we can see it happen in real time. So we should be able to watch the cutscene camera remove itself from this list. It's gone. So now the main camera should be taking over. And of course it does. What is it that's different about it must be to do with the camera's Z position or something. Z position is 0 here. What about over here? Is it the same? By the time we load in, is there something different about the camera on the way in? We've got to watch these values maybe. Something about the fact that we've come from a previous scene and there's something about Armin's position or something is preserved contextually. There's some preserved context that's making a difference between these two. Particularly when we exit this sequence. Oh, it's really hard. I don't know what that is. So like, let's look at these numbers. .66 and 0.28. And if we come from here, same. Damn. It's really painful to look at. It's one of the worst things to see. I wonder if it's the interpreted base zoom of the scene. Oh, hang on. This is all my fault, by the way. Anything that's going wrong here is totally my fault. Is it because we've come from an inside scene and now we're zooming out? Yeah. This is an indoor scene. This is an outdoor scene. There's a scheduled zoom out whenever you leave an inside scene into an outside scene, and that scheduled zoom out hasn't happened yet. Is it that? But when does this get called? The sequence player resets the zoom on sequence end. That's it. That's it. We never got, I guess we never got to do it until now. Because the last scene meta was inside. But that's not true if we start in that scene. There it is. I think it's going to be this. Alrighty. So that's 1.3 we're zooming from the whole time when we do that. When we start out here, the value doesn't seem to be the thing that's giving it away. But actually, I should do... I'll just do it like this. Hard zoom out. I think that'll be it. I think it's that hard zoom out. We won't see the hard zoom out here. Yeah. And yet here we will see it. So it says hard zoom out. It's trying, the main camera's like default zoom position. Yeah, there it is twice. Okay. So I've been meaning to get rid of this logic for a while now because I didn't have variable camera sizes in the game and I didn't have a camera stack system. And this was just a flat in, out, just between two levels. So what it's doing now is it's going, if it's already out, it's still going out. One thing we can do is check to see what if it's starting from 0. So this hard zoom out value, if you look at what it's animating between, it's animating from zoom scale to outside scale. So it's saying zooming out from to and I imagine that will be two different numbers. I mean, it has to be two different numbers because otherwise what's it going to animate between? Unless I'm misunderstanding something. I mean, from 1.3 to 1, it's trying to do that. So we know what that's going to do. If we come over here and we do the same thing, it's not even going to try it. There's nothing to animate from. So the problem is that this zoom scale, which is set to 1.3, these two numbers, they actually don't mean anything. The current zoom scale is whatever the camera's orthographic size is. This is like nonsense, this value. It doesn't matter. The only thing is when we do pull out from a normal cutscene, we want to, yeah, I think I know what it is. Okay. I'll explain it like this. If I've walked out of this room, out of this house, without there being any kind of cutscenes, I do like the idea that it zooms out, and the values that it zooms out between are correct. It goes from a 1.3x to a 1x. It zooms out. That's fine. But this idea of exiting a cutscene and doing it every time only used to work if the cutscenes were always zoomed in, which they were. Now they're not. So I shouldn't do the zoom out at the end of a cutscene unless I should zoom out from where we are to where we want to be, but not from in to out, because we might already be out, in which case zooming out is going to jump us in and then pull us out, which is what's happening on screen. So we can either change this to be what we want, or we can say back at, like, I think it's when we end a sequence, this hard zoom out, reset zoom. Which is getting called from where? There are two places. Engine and sequence player on end sequence. Yeah, this is the problem. I'm actually not, I mean, like, maybe we just don't even need it. Let's just check that. It's probably not going to be right. I think it's not going to work. Because we might just stay in when that happens. That pulled out, that was correct. Perfect. There's still something wrong here that I'm sure I'm missing, because there's a cutscene over here where we talk to, oh, he's not even here. Okay, well, fine. Where is he? Ah. So we've zoomed in. Talks for a bit. We want to zoom out now, but it's not going to. That's the problem. So we do need to reset zoom, but this needs to do something where we only do this if the current zoom scale, and I don't like this idea of zoom. I don't like talking about it as zoom. It should be orthographic size. That's what I use everywhere else. So it's this divided by the value. So 1.3 is a zoom value. I just don't like it. I mean, maybe I can convert to zoom or something like that. Maybe I can say, like, get so it's literally or is it the other way around? 1.8 over 0.9 is going to be 2. So that's the correct value. And then here, set zoom scale. I hate this. I hate that there is a thing called zoom scale, a setting. It makes no sense to me, but whatever. What do we use this for? 6 references. It's where we set up the animations. But I still, yeah, whatever. So reset zoom. Current, like, resolved zoom equals get camera zoom scale. And in fact, it should really, I mean, like, if the zoom scale is bigger or like less than effective zoom, then zoom out. I hate it. I hate what I just wrote, but it's the thing that's going to get me there fastest, because those functions are called zoom out. They're not even called reset. So if we go in, we can talk. At the end, it should pull out. Damn it. Well, oh, is this because this isn't, oh, hang on a second. Oh, shoot. Wait a second. Is this using? There's no render texture, right, on the scene anymore? I don't think so. No, this main camera is literally the camera, but its auto size is 1.35. Okay, maybe I just wrote the function wrong. All right. Oh, damn it. What am I doing here? Get out of here. All right. Talk to me, buddy. 1 and 1.3. 1.3 and 1.3. Uh-huh. So it's not, I think I'm checking the wrong value on the way out. It's not zoom scale that I want. It's, I guess, the answer is 1. If effective zoom is, if effective zoom is greater than 1. There we go. Like if we're closer than 1, zoom out. The thing is, I still don't think we should zoom. I think we should zoom from where we are to where we want to go. There we go. Not from, I mean, right now, the only value, I think we have like 1 value closer than 1. Or 2 values. I think we have 1.35 and then like 2x. 2x would, it might be an issue later, but for now, I think we can assume that this won't cause us any problems, because the zoom scale will be less than 1, or it'll be 1 exactly. So at the end of this, perfect. First try. Yeah. So this needs a refactor. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna call this. Yeah. The problem is that I'm basically hard coding the zooms. That's the problem. From like A to B, but it should always be from current to B or current to A, because if current is A, then animating from current to A does nothing. Or if current's B and you're animating to B, it's nothing. So bit of a shame, but hey, Elias has already done a bit of work on our feather. Sick. Thank you. All right. Good. It's done. Puppy day 2 static. Okay. So let's go fix that. Oh man, dev is hard. Dev's really hard. The crazy thing is that like none of this stuff is that difficult. It's just annoying. And it's like you have to make sure you build it right the first time. That's the hard part. So this thing here, this little guy, should not be here. You shouldn't be here, buddy. And I've been screwing up on this a bunch. So puppy NPC is going to sit, well, he kind of is independent of the two. Well, that's trouble. I think the easy thing to say here is, oh man, it's tough because you see this, as soon as you select that, wait, doggo trigger 2, what is that? Why is that off? As soon as you select them, they start toggling him. And then again, the serialized values get screwy because you save the game while you're inspecting a thing and it turns it off and then it never plays again in the game. So you can't, if something's going to toggle the visibility of an object with the game object.active control, it's no good. Instead, I don't even know what to do. You can make 2 of them. You can copy and paste one in each, and then only when the cutscene is playing do you enable them, disable them any other time. Or I can just I mean, that's inactive. But you just saw it again. It just enabled it again. All right, let's check. And that's the other thing, inactive when not playing. So if I uninspect this thing, it should go inactive, but it just doesn't. And this one here, this first cutscene, does it do the same thing? That's leave as is. So let's try inactive. that goes inactive, that goes active. I take it away, inactive, it activates again. If I force it off and then I inspect both, it still activates again. But and then it stays active. So it's this dumb thing. It's always been like this, but some things are better. I don't know what the consistency is, but the Unity timeline and the Godot timeline is actually even worse than the Unity one about modifying serialized properties while you are inspecting the editor. It's honestly like one of the most unthinkable things that a game engine can do is change something that you set because you are inspecting a context where it happens to update, but change it permanently. That is like, you never, ever, 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 ever do that. So what this should be doing, which I think is what it's supposed to do, I'm pretty sure it's like this. You remember what the value is before you inspect it. Then when you're finished inspecting it, you put it back. They do this. They do this for other things. But for some reason, game object visibility is just maybe not one of them. I don't know. Like if I start inspecting Armin running around, right? Look at him there. If I click away, he goes back. You see? He goes back. So it's like, oh, you're remembering where the character is before I inspected the timeline. So why aren't you remembering what the visibility was? Whether the game object was enabled or not? Why is that something that just changes constantly? It's madness. It in like professional grade game development software. And it's like something that would have been a problem in 2016 when Timeline came out. I don't think so. You're talking about like something on the director? There's nothing there. If you go to the, oh, you mean like the timeline asset? Maybe if we double click it and then we click this, scene preview. Is that what you mean? That's the default. I haven't touched it. Anyway. Game object visibility is treated like a local editor state and not something that's part of the game state. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Why? Why is that? Post playback. Oh yeah, I've got that. I've already got that set the way that I want it. Yeah, that's this. You're talking about this. But I've got it set to inactive. I basically want this to be inactive basically all the time. But right now it becomes active even if I set it off and then save. If I go away, it enables again. Hey, Pantalonians, welcome. So anyway, I'm just gonna have to put its position. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to play around it. I'm just going to put this down here. That's it. I'm just going to move it away. Okay. Why did that not work? Regathian. Just like how you don't change anything in the game by opening a new scene. It's part of the scene navigation. I don't know what you mean by that though. The game, it is part of the game state, right? It's part of the serialized set of information that makes up the scene definition. If I put something somewhere or I enable something, if I press anything, that's how I want it to be when the scene loads. Why would I want, what does the enableness of a game object, what separates it from every other kind of property? But also, sorry, I don't mean visibility. I actually mean this checkbox, gameObject.setActive. That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. I'm using visibility as like a surrogate term. Like that, like that. Why did that do that? Why is it that this cutscene does that? What am I doing wrong here? I move it around. Okay, and then I click off and look at it. It went back up there. But I serialized it down at the bottom. Like I put it down here. I'm selecting this thing, move it around, unselect it, it's there. All that's doing, I mean, I don't think I'm calling any events or something. I'm going to remove this set active check, but even this, it's moving its position. But again, it shouldn't, it should revert that after. It does hard code its location. Yeah. But shouldn't that unhard code, isn't the whole point of this that it doesn't do that? Hang on a second. Is there a button here? Track offsets? No. Apply foot IK. I don't care about any of that. Deprecated. I don't know what, is it this? I don't know what the difference of these things are. But I didn't want to do that. No. Oh, man. I don't know. I'm absolutely lost. All right. The alternative is we have its default layer on the render layer. Back here. And then on the cutscene, why can't I record that? What's happened here? Why is that no longer accessible? Track offsets is set to auto. Track offsets can be changed. So did I do something to this? Maybe it's because it's a really old cutscene and it's so old that it doesn't. It's so old that it doesn't work anymore. It is a really old one. All right, I'm going to put it here. Take that away. So maybe it's just so old that it doesn't work that way anymore. But then why does it... Hang on a second, hang on. I might be crazy. Look, it's down there again. It's not serialized as having a position down there. Oh, hang on. Serialized offsets? Oh man, I hate this. I hate it. Unity, why are you doing this to me? I hate it so much. Okay. Oh man. There's a reason why I don't use these features in my current cutscenes. Okay, when I click away, even when it's enabled, I don't want it there. I want it here. That's where I'm saving it. Please, please, please believe me. Okay. Don't you dare. Where's the dog? Where is it? Where'd you put... No. I hate it. Can I set it to 0 and 0? Unity, I fucking... Sorry for the... Pardon my French. Jesus. Please, this time, please. Please, just let me be. Just let me work on my game. That's all I want. Good. Hey, Mert. Oh, that's very kind of you. Hey, Deb Spires. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Is it transform offsets? What is it? What did I do wrong? What did I do to deserve this? I think I just have to make it... I think I just have to make it two different game objects at this point. This is absolutely maddening, and I don't deserve to deal with this constantly. It's like, actually this cutscene is like the most difficult I've ever like. This cutscene was like, I probably spent the most time on it than any other cutscene in the game. One, because when I first built it I was really inexperienced, but now it's like, oh god. Okay, let's put it inside of this now. Okay, so that goes there. In this cutscene, I'm using this and this and this, and I'm going to rename this and then this one is going to go here. There, and that's number 2. So this one, I mean, it doesn't really matter where it is on screen as long as it's not well, actually, yeah, I mean, we can pull it off screen, it's fine, because when it plays it'll go where it needs to go, because I trust that one. Number 2 is good. Number 1 is the one that's stupid, because the dog would just be somewhere on the level and we don't know where it is, like there. Okay, so we're going to put it back on 0, 0, save it. Going to go back over here, and we're going to play through and see where the offset is. Is that it there? No, that's Armin. Where is the dog gone? Where's the doggone dog gone? Oh, it's down there. Okay. But where is it? Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll come back to these values again. And I'm just hoping that we can just force this to be where we need it to be. Starting with the Y position, maybe. But why is it not moving? But that's like, hang on a second, where is this cutscene? Whoa. No, that's okay. That's okay. Why is this, if I put this at -50, that's not what it says. Hang on a second. There must be something wrong here with these offsets or something like that. I seriously cannot. I cannot. What is serialized about this that makes it go all the way over there? Okay, now we're at somewhere reasonable. So we're coming back over here and we take the curves and we go, okay, y-axis. Bring you up. It's like comedy. It's like watching someone, it's like watching Mr. Bean. Okay, please, I'm begging you, please work. Okay, that is good. That is good. When we're not selecting either of them, this sprite needs to be on default. And it goes to character as part of the sequence. But look, it's character. It's character. It's still. It's still going back to a value that is not what I want it to be. Do I just have to like delete this timeline and just like make a new one? Is it that busted? Like, it feels like there's absolutely nothing I can do to get anything to serialize the way that I want it to. I mean, like, I can turn everything off unless the sequence is playing. I don't want to offset it by 1 frame. But I guess I have to. I guess I have to. Like, I literally have to do that. God damn it. All right, well, I'm going to call that done because I just don't want to deal with it. I don't even want to test it. There he is. You guys, like, you watched me play through, you watched me fix like 30 issues today and then play through the game. Basically with only these little superficial things, and fixing the superficial things has taken like 3 hours. Almond fell through the floor, coming through King's Road. Yeah, I noticed that. Okay, let's have a look. Let's just close this and say updates. I was going to do other stuff today, you know. I don't know if I'm going to have time for it. So it was when we interacted with this, he sort of fell. Also, what is this? Is that just a thing that they're having to deal with? They have a retro animator on them. Elderly couple idle. I mean, that looks fine to me. Why is that wrong? Okay. What is that? Wait, what does standing in the door have to do with them? Late update. Playback. Set frame. Oh no, okay, they're interacting. What the fuck? Maybe there's a cutscene playing here. There is a cutscene. Is it play on awake set? It is play on awake. Okay. I press the button. Armin looks fine there, but earlier on today, when I was running through that door, he kind of looked like he was falling off the map for a second. Ah, there it is. So your Y velocity, when you go through the door, Prepare for interaction. Add effector and toggle nav color. Ah, it's this. That's not a good one. That's a really tough one, actually. Maybe you shouldn't be able to open the door unless you're grounded. If it is a trigger on collision door. If it's not a trigger on collision door. But that's another question of should you be able to interact with things? When you are airborne. You really shouldn't. So that goes higher up. Let's try that. I think that's fair. I don't think you should be able to interact with things from the air. I just think that's the way it is. Nice. So now, if I jump, I have to be grounded to do it. Could do something where we buffer it. That might help me with a lot of things, actually. I was doing that a little bit throughout the game, where I would run up to things and I would interact with them as I was jumping in the air, and it would kind of muck around with them a little bit. This is a bit better. It's more stable. Okay. That's pretty cool. Blocks blocks interaction when player is airborne. Okay. I can't believe I've never done that before. Gunther's still above. Yeah, I don't know what happened there because I saved that, didn't I? Oh, there he is. Eric is here. Required flags. Meet Eric. Oh, I hadn't spoken to him. Oh, but you can't. Oh, if you don't speak to him on day one, he doesn't even, he's not even. Oh, okay. So that's no longer a thing. And then I just needed to move him from not this scene, this scene. He shouldn't be here because it looks a bit weird. Delete, save. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Coins in Mugger Room. Yeah, yeah, this scene needs to have some coins in it. Didn't I have like a row of coins as like a scriptable object? Prefabs. Oh well. I've tried really hard there to make that work. All right. Cool. Good. Now we're making some progress. Bushes covering exit to Z side in bridge. Yeah, that's this guy. This is when you start up here and you end up down here, or even if you just load into it, I think the parallax is a bit aggressive, so it just gets in the way a little bit. I might just remove it. Alternatively, what you can do is duplicate this thing. Remove it from all of this. And then go to this one and remove this. Now, the idea behind this... Wait a second, what did I just do? Okay, well, I just screwed that up, didn't I? What I was going to say was you could put it so that the parallax anchor is there on a new layer. So like you take this, you copy, you paste it, you call this. I'll try that. I'm just going to try it again. Side. Erase. All that, and then go to here and go to this one and erase just this one. Now on this, I should be able to put that right there, and then grab this, I think, and move it. I actually cannot stand how this thing works. I cannot stand it. It's infuriating. I don't know how to use it. Like, I don't know, man. Also, is this parallax by depth? So that is the game object that's going to be doing the parallaxing. And this is just an offset. So as long as that's there, it's fine. Hey, Gaming Reforged, you're about to play a much better demo, I think. Oh man, this is way off. Why is that doing that? Oh, do I have a different anchor? Ah, this is none. That's better. But it's so close. It's too close. It needs to be like more like that. That'll do. All right. Audio a bit behind on Crucible and cutscene. Ah, yeah. Oh, I really have to go. Hello? Did it commit? What is this doing? Did it commit or not? Okay. Audio a bit behind. So I don't know how this happened because oh, is there literally not one? Oh, cool. You just fixed this? But how come? Am I confused? Should this sound? I was waiting for. What I was going to do with this was have a sound effect for when the light beam happens. That big. At the end. I don't know if you changed it relating to that. Okay. Oh, because that sounds the whole thing, isn't it? It's the whole thing. So as long as it starts at the right time, it'll play all the way through. How do I skip to it? I can't do that. Oh, will this be here? Oh, will this be here if... if we load into the scene... Arise unlocked. It should ban it. Only check on quest load. Anyway. But I need it right now. I need it to not be the case. I'm just gonna play through it. It's annoying me. Oh, oops. Too hasty. Yeah, that's better. Good stuff. Thank you. No unique flag in Underground 2. Oh yeah, that was annoying. Going over here and getting this cool chest and having there be nothing inside of it because it was already open because it didn't have its own flag. And now it does. Orange doesn't heal. Yeah, that is true. I mean, they're apples and oranges. They should be pretty similar. Let's make it 35 and like, let's make it 40 for an orange. It'd be cool if oranges, every time you ate them, they would like become a segment. You get like less of the orange every time you eat it. I probably should have made it like pear or something. I don't know. Anyway, fixed. Don't do this. Pals, don't do this. Don't do big if statements. It's not worth it. Also, this could have been a switch. But that's getting replaced with a dictionary or like a database table later. I haven't got that far yet. That's been sitting there for like 7 years that way. Don't worry about it. Blockade doesn't remove. Yeah, what was that? Makes orange heal. Yeah, it looks bad. It's okay. There's only like a handful of those items right now, but they're not going to be there forever. So first of all, like this stuff, this, that, and not that. These need to go into whatever this is. Blockade. Okay. That's the first thing. Second thing is that blockade needs to be meat pillow doesn't exist anymore. We don't have that flag. Wait, also, you should be enabled. Is this another one of those cutscene things? Oh man, please don't do that. When I go to crash landing, it disables him and then it's gonna... Oh, hey Kerpixel, I haven't felt it yet. Not feeling it yet. Do you know what? I don't need for him to be disabled. I don't need to disable him. Ever. Because you aren't going to be able to see him anyway. So he just can be enabled all the time. Is that true, Adam? Yeah, it is true. And of course, what the heck just happened? Was that there? It's not there. Okay. What is the thing that turns this off? Did I maybe have a late demo progress thing set here? I did. Oh my God. Kill me. Bro, what happened? Where'd you go, buddy? Where did you go? There's nothing that turns this. What is dummy? What is this? Oh yeah, that's that. Well, that's fine. That's okay. But there's he shouldn't ever not be here. He never gets disabled. But it's disabled. Wait, oh, it's required. Oh, yeah. No, we can get rid of this now. Yeah, we can just get rid of it because he can just be there. I see. Got it. Ooh. So. Nice. Cool. All right, saved. Good. We can cross that off. Cross that off. And then this one. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what's broken about it. A moment of silence for all the bugs we just solved. May we never have to deal with you again. All right. I noted some things you didn't note. Armin animated in lakeside scene. I did say I was going to do that, but I wasn't sure. 2 dogs in town. We did that. Used too many materials when making the sword. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's weird. Yeah, that's a weird one. The sword is like the crafting system right now is hungry. It will use all of the materials that it can find that meet its criteria, like all of them. Even if you have like 3 times the amount, it'll use 3 times the amount. Not paying in shop on purchase. Yeah. That's true. Quest's not showing up in quest log menu. Yep, I got to fix that. Eric missing. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, that's in my to-do list, I think. Yeah. Getting a phone call, pals. Alrighty. So I think I might have to wrap up the stream there, pals. I'm starting to get a bit weary, and I haven't eaten since I started streaming, and it's been almost 8 hours that I've been streaming. So, look, still got a lot to do. Everything's feeling much better. Maybe the one thing that I'd want to fix before I go is the money showing up in the merchant. So right now, the merchant menu does this thing where it doesn't consistently update how much money you have. So we're gonna, we're in focus mode, that's right. Basically, I need a way of like giving the player money. Let me see if I can debug that. Actually, now that I say debug, let me do something else that's weighing on my mind. This cannot be here. See ya, buddy. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. I can return it to you if you want, actually. I might be able to, actually. Maybe oh yeah, I can reject it. But I am in focus mode all stream anyway. So it's all good. You're all good. So, I need a way to give the player money. That should be so easy to do because it's just like one button I can press. I should put it in my console. Do I have one for that? Set. I don't even know how this works. I honestly don't know how this works. Like set money 100. That's what it'll be. This is gross. Gross, gross, gross. Money is an integer. Okay. Easy. What is that? That is my in-game console. So I can do this. Set money 100. 100 money. It worked. Wow, that was pretty cool. Not so bad. At least it technically works. Yeah, very long stream. So we need to basically make it so that when I spend money, that's correct. Why is it correct now? Now that's wrong. That's wrong. 105? So there's something about... Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Wait, I can just press enter? No. Oh, I accidentally bought the apple when I pressed a button. Zero. Okay, that's wrong. We know that's wrong. I think it might be that the item log that's here that we're looking at is the wrong log. Like this one, wait a second, it says 140, but that's not what that says. So then there's another log here that says 3 cacao fruit. That says 0. Okay, but what's this one that we're looking at right now? I think it might be that, I mean, let's try it. If we shift this up. Nope. 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 Okay. Wait, this? No. Oh, I moved up. Oh, damn it. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Yes. So item log 3 says 0. And item log 3 must be the one that we're inspecting. But that's not the one that's not reflective of the money that we have. Active logs. Ah, yeah, there it is, 3. Prev money 75. So why? Okay. So we have to grab... Add money revealer. Okay, so the log UI manager. Okay. For each inactive, if I.kind is money, then play its animation. Oh gosh. All right. So I can be like set money 400 or whatever. Nothing happened. Okay, it's updating it in log 1 the whole time that we're here. And that's okay because I guess log 1 is active right now. If I get some money off of an enemy, maybe I get another item as well. Now it's updating money in log 5. It's correct. It's correct. Oops. Now we're back at log 1. I don't know if that's the right number. Yep, it is. Aha, okay. We're at 6. But number 6 is... Wait, if we're updating the money in log 6, why does it not show the money that we have? What? Hang on. What? It's doing it every frame. Is it because it's doing it every frame? Like if I leave, oh, well, something's way off. Wait, why is set money happening every frame? Right. It's bad. Really, really bad. Terrible logic. I think what's happening is it's constantly trying to refresh. I'm using Ocean, which is a material theme. It's a sub theme of the material extension. But what you want to do is get the extension called material theme, but I won't sue you, because the guy who wrote the original material theme started putting out weird license changes to it and then suing people for using it. So this other guy just copied it and made a version where it doesn't, obviously he's not going to do that. So it's literally called material theme, but I won't sue you. Because it's actually supposed to be free to use. Like the I don't know what you call it, product. What it is not, it shouldn't be licensable under anything other than like the whatever the free license is. Okay, so what is animated properties? The current animated property in this case, like what is this? Is like all of the animated like animated properties for each. Oh, it's like this has got to be the most disgusting. Why did I write this? So it's the animation of the log. I see. I mean, I know why it's here, but like, God. Okay. I'm making a game. It's kind of action adventure. It's got some platforming in it, for sure. Let's rename this. Just so it's a bit easier. I don't know why it's not just stored inside of the animator, inside of the log, rather than here in this outside scope. I'll never understand it, but unless I rebuild it. Disgusting. Okay, so anyway, this function should only have been called when you changed the money amount. So what I need to do is say if the target value of the money is the same. So this there. What is count? Oh, I see. It's the visibility versus the count. Oh, I see. I suppose that makes a little bit of sense. But what is this count? There's a difference. I hope that fixes it. I'm really not confident, but I don't even really know what causes it, but I know that this code is not very good. So short of rewriting it from scratch. Set money 1,000. Okay. So these are going up. They're animating up to 1,000 because it's cycling through the different log UIs. Basically, I've got these like 6 or 7 set of little UI tabs that can stack here, and they're multi-purpose. So I can set them to be an item you pick up or anything. Money, an item, a quest that you update, that all updates that. So getting this thing, that one honeycomb, that's the same thing as this. It's just like what you just saw. So the problem is that at some point, these values were getting out of sync. It doesn't look like it's happening now. Oh, I almost fell off that. It seems okay now. I just don't want to see it go back up to like 800 or something. But if it's working now, then we're okay. It looks good. It is animating to that number, which it probably shouldn't. But as long as the value is correct, then it's fine. Looks pretty good now. Yeah, okay. I'm going to call that fixed. Whew. Done. Okay. At least 3 menus need to be updated. I have a question, says Yasser. I'm about to leave after this. So your question's the last one. What do you recommend I start with in Unity after transitioning from Godot to Unity after a year and 4 months? Start with something that you already know how to build in Godot and try to build the same thing in Unity. Something you already know how to do with your eyes closed. And what you'll hopefully do is run into things that are different between the two, and that'll help you learn those differences, because you won't be figuring out how to make it. You'll instead just be figuring out what the transition or the translations are. Like, what do I have to do differently here that I didn't have to do there? Like the idea of in Godot, you've got like one node per object. So every node is its own thing in the hierarchy. In Unity, you can have one game object with lots of components, which are like the nodes. Things like that. Understanding how the inspector works, C# instead of GDScript if you're not using C#. Thank you, Deep Throaticus. I've been working on this game since 2017. It's undergone many changes, but the most current iteration, visually, what you're looking at, is from last year, pretty much. Most of these graphics were created last year. Like, basically everything here is from 2024. Except for this, which is 2018. But yeah. Oh, the bees aren't. They're from a while ago. These characters aren't. They're from way back. This is from 2017. Might have been 2018, actually. That's from 2017. Background's all 24. Yeah. This is Unity, yeah. Yeah, you want to see something funny? Something funny? Man, I'm starting to slow my words and everything. Because I've been really working very, very hard today. I haven't eaten very much. The craziest thing is this image. That's the biggest gains. I didn't redraw everything from scratch with these. Like, this character didn't have all the animations that this character has. I actually still think this character is pretty sick. I think he actually looks okay. But I guess from about here, this never went very far, but it was like a very short-lived update. This one was quite far and it morphed into this one. So this was there for a long time. Like I'll show you if you want. Check this out. I don't know how many of you have seen this. There is a video that I've got called 2017 Insignia. Yeah. This is what Insignia looked like at PAX in 2017. So that's what the character looked like. Is that in there? Yeah, that's this one. Okay, so this was 2016. It must have been. Before I really took it anywhere. The music. Look at the environments. This was at PAX. This is what I showed at Penny Arcade Expo. That was pretty good. This is what the levels look like. It's just like, you can just see that the code is so much more binary. Like what things are and what they're doing. Look at this. Yeah, it's just like not like cohesive, you know, like I just didn't know how to do that yet. Even like how to do the wall climb and the wall jump. Like, see that? I didn't have like a ledge grab yet. So like you had to like jump. You're basically already on, but like it's there's no state to go into. Hey, Yasser, thank you so much for the 10. A great course. I'm not sure. I mean, I've got my channel, but I don't really teach Unity development on the channel. This was pretty good. This actually was like the best thing I did in 2017. Let's skip all that. I'll tell you what's still in the game. This is still in the game. That staircase and this statue, because Universal did that one here in chat. This is not still in the game as it is. This is. That's all the same. That's all the same. It doesn't look very good. It needs to be replaced. She's the same. But that was it. Look, 2 minutes. It took me two minutes to get from starting the game. Look at how sickly mum looks. Ay, ay, ay. So this is now this. She actually has animations that we haven't put in yet, but I need to work out. I need to put them in. Yeah, very different. Although not that different. Like if we go back to here, this to this, there's a lot of the same DNA, but the biggest gains is like an area like this, which is now this area. Like, what the hell? Although that being there and seeing the health bar is not, I don't love that. How do I fix that? Whoa. Nope. That's better. Much better. A little more even. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, the difference between this and this is crazy. You can see I had the vision, I just couldn't get there yet. Oh, that's Figma, but it's mostly just a UI app that I'm using to do that. I had no idea about shaders. I had no idea about anything to do with graphics pipelines or anything like that. So this is literally that. The game was also stuck at 480 by 270. So like when you were like running around, you couldn't see very far ahead. I do have videos about using colors, but it's probably not very up to date. Anyway, lots of gains. There's an older one than even that, a video that's even older. Pre-alpha. You want to see something even earlier? No, not that. Let me see if I can find this thing for you. How many months? I don't know. I count in years. I don't count in months. I don't know where this video is. It's really old. Can't find it. But the next one up was this one, which I actually think there's something about this, which is still pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff here that I was doing that it's not bad. This is, oops. Where was I? Play that again. This is like, I was like giving this a really good go in 2020. Like I really tried with this. And a lot of this is still here. But I just still wasn't quite there. Like a lot of this is good. Even these tiles, they're not bad. It's not bad. You can see a lot of the game feel is there now. I think this could have been viable at this point. It's possible. Yeah, there is something cool about the dark palette. The problem is I had no range. I had no range. Everything was dark all the time. Armin's just like straight jacket the whole time. This is cool. There's some cool stuff here. It's just lacking. I'm going to bring these goats back. They're in the game. They're just not in any of the levels. Yeah, look, I'm doing stuff here that's good, but it's still like the camera is terrible. The UX showing the player where they're going and what they can like touch, what you can do, like what things you can wall slide on is not there at all. The item economy isn't a thing. It just doesn't have any of the things that I needed it to have to be a bit more, to have longevity. This spider will be in the game. I'll put him in there. He's just not there right now. Even these little spiders, they're coming back. I just need to figure out how to get them in there. The ensign thing is just better. It's more important. Obviously, a lot of this is the same. You can see how much depth there is. Like this thing that we just did. It's like there's something here. There's a mechanic being explored, but the mechanic does not go beyond this room. So you're learning something, you're doing something, but you can't take it with you. It's just this really hard thing that then it's gone. No more spiders ever again. What a waste, you know? Whereas now, the thing that you get here is like the core of the game. Going through this is a demonstration of you understanding that you know how to play the systems. I don't know if this is going to work. No, I got to go combat unlocked. And obviously, like, you guys have no idea how deep the content systems are now that let me make content so much faster. So like now, yeah, going up this watchtower, like it's appropriately difficult. Not watchtower, chasm. It's like appropriately difficult for the kind of game that it is. It's a demonstration of skills that you just learned. It tests out different variety. It has different save points. It's got lots of different enemies in it. Like it's good now. You know, it flows more logically. It's more grand. You know, this is a much bigger thing that feels like it's got more confidence now. I think the word I'm looking for is it's more marketable now. I don't think it was very marketable before. I redrew a lot of it. I modified some of it. Yeah. It's just like, unfortunately, you know, this kind of stuff, it has taken me an extremely long time to feel like confident. That's it. What else can I say? It's just taken a long, long time to get my confidence where it needs to be with this stuff. Why is the time of day here late? Or is it early? Yeah, it's this one. It's still not perfect. I've still got lots to learn. I can see still a lot of the stuff that I don't have. But, you know, that's all right. There we go. I got to get that early morning out, I think. Just get rid of this. It's just dumb. Yeah. Even some of this stuff is still like in flux. A lot of how I tell the story, you know, it's still very like, oh, like, is that the way that should be? Like, should you be doing it like that? Is there a better way to explain that thing or tell that story or do that, whatever it is? There's lots of opportunities to do better. I don't want that there. I see. All right, well, if I'm going to do that, then I might as well update this. And now I think that the big difference is, if you're really interested in what this process is like, the big difference is not just doing something cool. Oh, the demo on itch is not up to date. I have to actually take it down soon because of how out of date it is. But I'm going to go soon. The difference is mostly in the past. If I did something cool, it was like I put a lot of effort into it and it was kind of lucky that I pulled it off, and it would sit alone amongst the rest of the game. It's like, oh, like you just, like, that looks good, but like that doesn't, and that doesn't. It doesn't work with all that stuff. And some of the stuff that looked good took a lot of energy. Now, it's like if something looks good, it's because I've had time to just do it recently. Like everything looks good because I know how to do everything. I am Lebanese. Shuf shuf. That's right. Yeah. Like if something looks good, it's that I've taken the time. I know what I'm doing now. Like I don't have to think too hard about it. I just go, well, when I want cutscenes to work like this, I do this. When I want, you know, this thing, this took like an afternoon to make this look like that. Not even. Yeah, Lebanese. That's my background. I'm not trying to brag so much as just say, like, the difference between where I was in like 2020, 2021, 2022, and where we are now. It's about being able to do production of this stuff. It's not just like, oh, that turned out okay. It's like, no, we need to be able to turn this out every time. It needs to look good, you know? And I'm still, I've said this before, I'm still unhappy with like the screenshots. Like I haven't done any screenshot tests of almost anything later in the game. So when you look at stuff that there's a lot of content for, but doesn't have a lot of recent love and care on it, it looks very gray, brown. It doesn't look very colorful. You know, even some of this stuff, it's not looking bad, but like it just needs love, just needs time. So I'm hoping that like this period that I'm in now doesn't feel like when I'm trying to pitch the game, that it doesn't feel like this stuff is a fluke because this stuff's on purpose. Anyway, I gotta run. Game dev myself. Discovered you at the beginning of my journey 3 years ago. It's been incredible seeing you grow. Thank you so much. Oh God, I'm trying. I hope I get to release this game. Right now, I would say it's good. It's getting better, but right now it's good. It's not great yet. It's getting there. It's just going to take more time, a little bit. All right. I gotta go. I gotta eat and shower and then sleep. So thank you everybody for checking out the stream today. It was good. I probably shouldn't have chatted so much at the end, but I'm not perfect. Who are we rating? Where are we dropping, boys? Oh, they're not, there's no cam. Anybody with English? Ryan Art's great. I like to rate him. Thanks, we got a lot done. Maybe alpha soon, tonight, through the week, I don't know, sometime. If you like my content, pals, you can become patrons of my content. You can also check out my YouTube channel. For those of you on YouTube, patreon.com/AdamCEunice. There you go. Thanks for watching. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.